Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Ohio State Bar Foundation's Trauma-Informed Lawyering Symposium. I'm Colleen Marshall, and I'm going to serve as your MC today. I'm honored to be here among so many dedicated professionals for a really important topic. The video we watched serves as a poignant reminder of why we are all gathered for this particular CLE today. It underscores the significance of understanding and then integrating trauma-informed practices into our legal work. Personally, I've seen firsthand the impact that trauma can have on individuals as they navigate the legal system. It's not just about understanding the law, it's about trying to understand people, their stories, their struggles, and their resilience. And talking about stories, we have a storytelling performance for you at the end of the day, and we hope you will enjoy that. It'll make your a memorable conclusion to the day. I did corporate law for 12 years, and then my friend Leanne Masucci, who is somewhere in this room, she was over there. Oh, there she is back there. Leanne said, you know, you really should do people law. You should be with people. Oh, she didn't tell me about the trauma of the people. And we had one case in particular early on when I was at her office of a woman whose mother brought her in for a divorce consult, and she had been beaten the night before by her husband, and it spilled into the yard where he was beating her with a hammer. And her 3 teenage children were in the house, had witnessed this, had certainly witnessed it before. But when it went out into the yard, a neighbor called police. And so her mother finally convinces her to come and see an attorney. And I'm getting the information, and I explained to her, her husband was in jail. I explained that we were going to walk to the courthouse, and we were going to find the duty judge. We're going to get a protective order. You have to sign some papers. You'll be probably put under oath. I explained all this to her, and we're getting ready to go to the courthouse, and I see she's got this big bag with her. And I knew you have to go through security, and I said, what's in the bag? And she said, well, he's been in jail all night. I brought him clean clothes and some power bars because I'm sure he's hungry. And I'm like, what? You are bringing a care package for a man who beat you with a hammer in front of your teenage children. And I walked into Leanne's office and I said, she's taking snacks. You know, you don't know how, you're not always prepared to deal with these situations. And that stuck with me for so long because I thought of the layers of trauma for her mother who had witnessed it from a distance, for her children who witnessed it up close, for her neighbors. This case was just surrounded with trauma, and we did finally get her through the divorce process. Well, throughout our time here today, we're going to have the privilege of hearing from experts who will guide us through the complexities of trauma-informed lawyering. We're going to explore how we can better serve our clients and the communities with compassion and understanding. Before we dive in, though, we're going to do a little housekeeping. This is important to all of us. I want to draw attention to one of your handouts. It's a 2-sided document. One side, it will be your evaluation of the program today. The other is your CLE form. To be able to get CLE credits today, you must complete and hand that in before you leave. Make sure you take care of that paperwork. And finally, the Bar Foundation will be sending out an email. It will contain resources and handouts from all of today's programs. You'll get that within a few days of the program today, so that makes it so much more convenient for you. And for those of you who are looking for a digital program, you can go to, I hope we put this on the screen, if not, we'll give it to you later, www.osbf.org, and then it's /TILS 2024, Trauma-Informed Lawyering Symposium. And now I want to extend a warm welcome to Belinda Barnes, who is the president of the Ohio State Bar Foundation. Belinda?
Thank you, Colleen, for that fabulous introduction to this program. We are so excited to have Colleen here today. As many of you know, she is an award-winning anchor for NBC4 and an attorney at law, as she just told us. She is currently serving on the board for the Columbus Metropolitan Club, is a member of the Columbus Bar Association, and is a founding member of Women's Leadership Council for the United Way of Central Ohio. She is also the weekly host of the political program NBC4's The Spectrum. Colleen was a natural choice for this program, and we're so happy to have her emceeing it for us. She's an attorney who obviously can speak to this very issue that we're going to address today. Her experiences with trauma-informed lawyering are like many of yours, and we will all learn from those experiences. A special thank you to everyone here today for joining us for this crucial symposium. Before we begin, I'd like to express our gratitude to the sponsors of this invaluable seminar, the OSBF Board of Trustees for 2024, Kittrick, Lewis, and Harris, the 2023 Fellows Class, Perez Morris, Brendan Kelly Law, Sitterly Law, and Yacobazi Dracados. Thank you all for your support. The Ohio State Bar Foundation is dedicated to promoting philanthropy and encouraging service to create a more just and equitable legal system for all Ohioans. As the largest bar foundation in the United States, the OSBF gives grants and supports programs that try to build a stronger legal system, honors the accomplishments of attorneys who give back to their communities, and brings together attorneys across the state who support the OSBF's mission through its Fellows program. Today's symposium is a culmination of a year-long process by the 2023 Fellows class. These fellows embody the highest standards of professionalism and are deeply committed to serving their communities. As part of their class project, this year's fellows came together to create and execute this symposium, which is focused on the critical topic of trauma-informed lawyering. I extend heartfelt thanks to all of you from the 2023 Fellows class for your tireless efforts in bringing today's event together. Please consider getting involved in the Ohio State Bar Foundation. You can donate by visiting the website or finding the QR code on your program. You can become a fellow, you can self-nominate or ask one of the fellows to nominate you. You can nominate someone for an award. We're currently accepting nominations for the various awards. You can see them on our website. If you know anybody who would qualify for those awards, please nominate them. They'd really appreciate it. Or you can apply for a grant. I want to also thank the OSBF board, our wonderful staff, grantees, and partners for their commitment to the OSBF mission. Now let's take a moment to thank and recognize our 2023 Fellows class, who are the hosts of today's event. Will you all please stand so that we can give you a round of applause for your efforts? Come on, don't be shy. Thank you all for putting on this event. I can't believe I get to say this, but back to you, Colleen.
A little later, Belinda's going to do the forecast. We are happy to have our first speaker with us today, Amy O'Grady. She's going to make our opening remarks. Amy O'Grady brings a wealth of experience to trauma-informed practices in lawyering. She currently serves as the Access Director of Criminal Justice Systems with Indivior, where she works to improve access to justice and implement trauma-informed practices. Before her work at Indivior, Amy spent much of her career in the Franklin County Municipal and Common Pleas Courts. She served in various capacities, including as a prosecutor, as a defense attorney, staff attorney, and a judge in the 10th District Court of Appeals. Amy also served as the former policy counsel for the Columbus City Attorney's Office, where she played a pivotal role in organizing and executing training on trauma-informed practices for the city attorney's staff. And today, those trauma-informed practices continue to be an integral part of the city attorney's daily routine. We are honored to have her with us today, and we look forward to her insights. Please join me in welcoming Amy O'Grady.
Good morning. When I learned the Ohio State Bar Foundation was having a CLE on trauma-informed lawyering, I immediately thought back about my first legal job almost 25 years ago. I was a defense attorney, and I had an average of about 40 to 60 cases every day. It was a heavy lift. And while there were resources to support my clients, there were less resources for people in court back then. There were no specialized dockets, diversion programs were limited, and little connection to understand what resources existed in the community. And more often than not, some form of trauma was always a part of my client's past. I remember being a young lawyer and being worried about whether I was doing all I could. It was only natural. Sure, I dealt with a criminal case, but here I was helping clients with an immense trauma history, and I didn't know if I put them in a better position than when I found them. I was also anxious about ensuring that their court experience didn't re-traumatize them. Just because I dealt with their legal issue and I fixed that didn't mean I fixed them. And I would often see them back on new charges. But we certainly have come a long way. We have more resources to support people involved in the justice system, including access to behavioral health treatment and basic needs. We have efforts by lawyers and offices to become trauma-informed. So for example, when I worked at the Columbus City Attorney, we made an effort to make sure that everybody in the office was trauma-informed. So from the head of the office to the receptionist, everybody had training to ensure they had this background. We learned about trauma-informed interviewing, and we created trauma-aware physical environments. Not only do we have these additional resources, but we need them because the world has changed. You know, we went through COVID, we went through, a large, and are still going through a large substance use disorder problem. You know, we have a lot more gun violence. We need these additional resources to make sure that we're meeting people's needs, but it's not just about the resources, it's about you. We need you. You know, things have changed with our approach. You know, it wasn't that we were ever uncaring. It was just we became more cognizant about how our approach to the people that we represent and how it means everything. Simply put, if you've seen any research on the topic, we say, what happened to you instead of what's wrong with you. And, at the end of the day, I think making sure that everybody understands how just a change in those words can have a huge impact on your day-to-day work is what we hope that you'll leave here with today. So you'll leave with practical tips that you can use in your practice. And by implementing what you learned here today, you'll gain trust. You'll help people feel empowered to make decisions and choices that will impact their lives. You will learn how to adapt your approach to meet the unique needs of diverse clients. And you will help people feel safe. As you heard in the beginning, there is no job here of anybody that's attending this seminar that isn't impacted by trauma. And we thank you so much for attending this symposium.
Thank you, Amy, for the remarks, but also for the work that you do. We appreciate it. I'm going to introduce now the moderator for our first panel. We're going to get down to work. The panel is going to delve into the essence of trauma-informed care, exploring its application in the legal system. Discussions are going to encompass neurological effects of trauma, representing trauma-informed clients, and recognizing those red flags for trauma. Our moderator is Samantha Salomon. Samantha is a 2023 OSBF Fellow, Chief Counsel of Asian Services in Action, where she represents victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. She brings extensive experience in advocating for survivors. Samantha chairs the Legal and Legislative Subcommittee for the Ohio Attorney General's Human Trafficking Initiative. She serves as Executive Chair for the Summit County Collaborative Against Human Trafficking Board and holds a position of Executive Board for the Refugee Services Collaborative in Cuyahoga County. We thank her for moderating this first panel. It's always a surprise to learn how much of a problem human trafficking is in the state of Ohio. We're kind of, I hate to say it, we're near the top of the list, aren't we? Fourth? It's not a list we want to be on, so please join me in welcoming Samantha Salomon.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'd first like to say thank you so much for coming and recognizing the importance of this topic in the legal field. I remember when we were brainstorming what ideas to talk about and trauma-informed lawyering came up. It was something that almost the majority of the fellows from various areas of the law recognize that this is something important. It impacts every area of the law. If the video didn't say that enough earlier, we'll make sure that it's said enough in the next panel as well. But before we can talk about how trauma-informed lawyering, the practice of it, and how we can help each other during that, we need to understand a little bit more about the mechanics of trauma. Understanding what those red flags are, what is the neurological aspects of the brain that change as a result of trauma, and how that can impact you and your daily life in your legal practice. So I am not the main speaker here. I am going to be introducing the main speakers and the experts in this topic. So without further ado, I am first going to be introducing Ariana Gallagher. She is the director at the Ohio State University Stress, Trauma, and Resilience Program, also known as the STAR program, at OSU Wexner Medical Center. She has extensive clinical background in mental health care across multiple settings, serving both adolescents and adults. The next presenter is Mr. Kim Keel. He is a trauma-informed care project manager at the Ohio Department of Children and Youth. Kim recently retired from the state and county government after serving more than 32 years in this area. Kim, I won't tell you how old I am. During that time, he has had various roles with the state agencies, including the Ohio Departments of Education, Mental Health, Health, Job and Family Services, Transportation, and the Governor's Ohio Family and Children's First Council. Most recently, Kim served as Ohio's Trauma-Informed Care Project Coordinator. And before we go further into this actual panel discussion, I would like to hand this off to Mr. Keel to kind of explain a little bit about what the state of Ohio has already done in terms of trauma-informed care in the various sectors that has already been educated and trained in this area.
Yeah, I'm thrilled to be here. With that bio, you probably thought, this guy can't even keep a job, right? Actually, this is my second retirement. I already retired once from the Department of Youth Services and then the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, and I just can't stop, right? This is like really important stuff. So in my previous role as Trauma-Informed Care Coordinator with the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, we really started this work about 15 years ago, where we started in our state psychiatric hospitals, helping understand folks who come to us and what that looks like, and it really transformed the way that we approach patients who arrive at our hospitals. Since then, there's a lot of work that has been done. Just yesterday, I participated in an interagency meeting and found out that there are trauma-informed care collaboratives or efforts or coalitions going on in about 25 counties. So if you don't know whether your county has something like that, I'll hang around for a little while and we can hook you up to that. So I have worked with several counties in terms of what it means to be a trauma-responsive community, and I've seen things change. I really have seen the way those different agencies interact with people and how they engage with the folks that come to them for service. So lots of things going on within our own Department of Children and Youth. That is a relatively new agency. We just started in January. That new agency is a effort to take multiple children-focused offices within various state agencies and finally put us together. Like rocket science, right? I probably shouldn't have said that, but really, it is amazing to see how all of us who have varying interests and commitments to working with families and children now are under one roof. Our primary focus is around prevention, early identification, and early care. And you're thinking, well, wait a minute, there's a lot of deep end kind of kids, right? Really complicated kids, multiple need kids. We got to start somewhere, right? Eventually, all of that will be built in. So in this new agency, we have folks who came from the Department of Mental Health, the Department of Job and Family Service, the Department of Health, parts of the Department of Education, and we're all under one roof. 600 people who we have all worked with each other, but we've never been where we can just walk down the hall and talk to people, right? And so, like I've been hanging around state and county government for 30-some years, right? For my own learning, I was involved in, we have this book club, and we're not reading any books, it's because of our kids is the acronym. And to our leadership's brilliance, they're taking various teams within the agency and putting us together. So we're even learning about each other's teams. And this young lady introduced herself that she came from the PAM-R program. Does that have to do with like baking, you know, Pam? I didn't know what that was, and that is Pregnancy-Associated Mortality Review. I thought, man, that's got to be a pretty heavy job, right? So they look at pregnancy-associated deaths. So they could be natural, they could be because of violence, any number of reasons where they take a look at that. So I thought, I got to go talk to them because one of the things that I also work with within our agency is about secondary traumatic stress and post-traumatic stress and how we take care of ourselves in doing that work. So I spent a little time talking to her after. I said, so tell me about what you do. That's got to be a really sucky job. That's a clinical term. It's got to be a real heavy job, right? And she said, yeah, it is. I said, so how long have you been doing this? She said, I've been doing it for about 2 years. She took the job while she was 7 months pregnant. I thought, so in those last 2 months, how much did you sleep? And she said, not very much, because she could identify that. So, to my leadership's thinking and brilliance, we're going to be the first state agency where all 600 of our staff are going to be trained in trauma-informed care. We just finished it yesterday. We're about ready to launch it, including our lawyers, our fiscal staff, and our HR staff. In my experience in working with the various communities and agencies, you can't do this work if you don't have those people involved. In fact, when I came to the Department of Mental Health, I said I wanted to start with the lawyers and the fiscal people. They said, you can't do that. You got to start with the program people. I said, let me tell you what, if the lawyers don't understand this, and the HR people and the fiscal people, it's not going to work, right? So, lots and lots of efforts, both at the state and county and local level going on in terms of how communities are really responding to this. So,
Thank you,
Thanks.
Kim, for explaining a little bit of background on that and how much throughout the state of Ohio is recognizing trauma-informed care in general, and implementation into various areas is so incredibly important. So now we're going to start the actual panel discussion. That being said, the panel has requested that this is information that they think is important for everybody here to understand. But that being said, we want to make sure that this presentation is actually going to be beneficial and useful to your day-to-day activities. So we highly encourage participation. We want this to be a conversation over than a lecture. So if you have questions throughout the time, please just raise your hand. We'll make sure to have a fellow come around and give you the mic before you start your question, but please make sure to ask questions throughout. And I'll hand this over to Ariana.
Yes, thank you. Well, we are very interruptible, so please, please, as something occurs to you, don't hold that thought. Come on up and make sure that we are having that dialogue, because that's really one of the foundational aspects of trauma-informed care. It's really about engaging in conversation and seeking to understand at a deeper level. So. I think we wanted to start just by level setting, why is this a problem? And Kim, I think you had some things you wanted to talk about related to how this really impacts families.
Yeah. So I represent the Department of Children and Youth, also the child welfare system. People don't come to our system because life is good, right? They usually come because something is not going well in that family, in that child, or in that parent's life. Oftentimes, situations, probably more times than not, I don't know for sure, but more times than not, most of our families are involved in the justice system somehow. Whether it's because they have a really complicated youth who is a multi-need youth, and like they've done everything they possibly can, and sort of what's going on with parents relinquishing custody because they can't figure out how to get help for their kids, right? And then there are times when our families, because they just don't know sometimes how to be good and effective parents, sometimes other agencies get involved, and decisions have to be made for those families that often necessitates involvement with the court so that right transition and so that right services could be made. And then we also have families who really sort of try to do the best that they can, but some of the basic needs still aren't being met. And so sometimes they come to the attention of the court. The court may not take custody, they may not place a kid into residential care or foster care, but they still have some sort of involvement and oversight saying, Mom and Dad, you got to get this together, and here's what we're going to do to help you get that together. So for our system, this is critically important. And when I was asked to come and be a part of it, I was like super excited to say, I'm not coming to defend our system. I'm coming to say, we now understand a little bit more sort of what our families are coming with. And I have done a lot of training and working with people, and really I think this comes down, like how many of you ever read, oh, this is probably an audience that will raise their hand. How many of you ever read Catcher in the Rye, really? Yeah, I figured that. Most times, most audiences don't, and I say, well, this is the Cliff Note version, because I didn't read it, right? I valued that yellow Cliff Note, right? This is really just understanding that someone's got a backstory. A backstory, right? I don't know that I necessarily need to know the details of that backstory. I just need to know that there's a story behind that person. And we were talking a little bit before, and it like occurred to me, wait a minute. The justice system really has worked towards becoming trauma responsive. You heard Amy in her opening remarks talk about when she entered, there weren't a lot of resources, but stop and think about how the system has really transformed with mental health courts, drug courts, recovery courts, VA courts. So really trying to respond to what those people bring with them as part of their story and part of their journey. I learned about the term geogenic effect or geogenic harm, which Amy talked about, right? She did not want to cause more harm. And sometimes when we hear our parents, they talk about the frustration that they have with going through the court process. So for us, this is critically important, and it kind of helps understand why it is we think this is important for you in your role in working with families and the people that you represent.
Yeah. So really what we're trying to do is create a frame for you all to operate within that leverages compassion. And compassion can really only be reached through a deeper understanding of how some of these adverse experiences can really impact a person across their lifespan. And so we're going to get a little bit deeper into that throughout our conversation. But really, what we're hoping that you'll take away from this is kind of a connection to why you ought to care about this. And kind of helping individuals navigate through some of the behavioral challenges. I know that in the process of my work that focuses on working with folks that come with a history of trauma, I know that they're not always showing me and able to show me the best version of themselves. And so the risk then becomes labeling that person as a problem instead of being able to understand that this is a person with a problem. And it's just that tiny little shift that can make a huge, huge difference in how we approach conversations with that person and how we conceptualize our work with that person. So that's really what we're here to do. We also want to offer some framework for ways that you can be supportive without it adding additional burden onto your work, and how we can do our best to avoid re-traumatizing individuals. So I think maybe we want to talk a little bit about how to treat folks with dignity and respect, just as a baseline rule that it doesn't matter what someone's bringing, we're going to offer that dignity and respect. We want to create psychological safety, we want to create physical safety. And that's going to look different in different settings. So certainly as folks have specific questions about how to operationalize some of this in the spaces that you typically work in, we are here for that conversation too. And we really want to help folks understand and know what to expect in terms of how folks may behave in the context of entering a courtroom, for example, or what kind of added stress and pressure they may be feeling just by nature of, I'm going to go and meet with my attorney and they're going to ask me questions. Sometimes that in and of itself can be stressful, even if you're on their side. So kind of understanding to expect some of those responses and hopefully developing a skill set around how to navigate within those situations in a way that's going to be effective. That's really what we want to do here. So I will turn it back over to Sam here to...
Can I share a story?
Oh, he'd like to share a story.
So one of the benefits of my job is traveling all over the state, and I get to be a collector of stories. I don't have any initials behind my name except for GG. You know what that stands for? Last time I asked this, people said great-grandpa.
Oh.
I'm 68, I have a Medicare card,
Rude.
okay? It's really about good guy, okay? So I want to share a story, a very practical story, about an individual who I got a call from a church who operates a soup kitchen. And they have a lot of persons who are home challenged, most of them homeless. A lot of the people that show up there every day are known to them. They had an individual show up who was new to them. He was the first person in line. This soup kitchen was at a Catholic church, unnamed, okay? This person showed up. He was new to them. He was standing in line. He was the first person. He had a ball cap on. And what do some churches do when they open the doors to get ready to serve? That's a question. They pray, right? They said, I'm going to call this guy George. They said to George, take your hat off, George. We're going to pray. George said something you that starts with an F and ends with a K. They said, George, take your hat off. George said, what don't you understand? And used that expletive again. And they said, George, if you don't take your hat off, you're not going to be in because we're going to pray. You're not going to be able to come in and eat. They called me up and they said, hey, Mr. Trauma Guy, will you come help us? I thought, well, this is going to be an easy fix. So I went and I said to the staff, I said, why don't we try this? Why don't we let him keep his hat on? My faith would have said, like there was this guy who had 12 friends, right? And he didn't say, take your hat off or anything like that. He said, have a little bread, wine, get ready, things are going to change, right? But anyhow, I said, let's just try this. And they were, I thought, oh my God, like they all have to go to confession, right? They left the hat on. George walked in, and George was an angel. Not only did George eat, but George stayed around and he helped clean up. And I said, I got an idea. Go to the Dollar Tree. The Dollar Tree is an amazing trauma-informed care store. I said, get a sheriff's badge. In the kid toy aisle, put it on his cap. They put the badge on him, and George is now the security guy. And George says, hey, you better take your hat off or you better behave. And I said, so stop and think. Here's George, brand new. He appeared to be homeless. I don't know that he was homeless, but he appeared to be homeless. Maybe that hat was the only thing he had control of. And maybe George knew that he smelled, he was dirty, and maybe he didn't want to validate that anymore by taking that hat off and his hair is all gnarly. I said, maybe that was just his way of feeling safe, right? I said, maybe George was one of those kids who, when it was time to pray at home and he didn't take his hat off, maybe he got beat. We don't know. All we did was to recognize that there was a story behind George's declaration of, I'm not taking my hat off. And in doing that, he felt safe. And in doing that, he came in and he was now part of that community, however that community defined himself. And so we took his deficit, his story behind that hat, and turned it into a success. I don't know if he's still the security guard. He was there for a while, and really he would like, Colleen, don't act like a fool at lunch because they'll throw you out, okay? So.
Yeah, I love that story, Kim, and I like it because it is a simple switch in thought process, in how to look at a human being holistically, and to think beyond what the initial rule is telling you to do. And, I think about that, and the first thing that comes to my mind is, well, in courts, you're supposed to take off your hats. And I wonder, those individuals that might be hesitant in doing so, I wonder, what is the recourse in that situation? What are some things that we as a judicial system can do to improve these type of actions and our responses, more importantly, to those actions? But just thinking practically, that little situation of being in a court, let's change the venue to a court setting. Being in a court, I don't know about all you guys, but when I first started practicing, and still to this day to a certain extent, if it's a new court, I'm nervous walking into court. There are some butterflies that still go into my stomach. I mean, I think it helps me become even more prepared. And I go into court regularly. But the fact is that a lot of these individuals, a lot of our clients don't regularly go into court. At least we hope not. And if they do, we got another problem on our hands. But the judicial system in general can be a scary place.
There are a lot of rules.
A lot of rules.
And some of them are unspoken. So I think, I appreciate the question. And one of the best ways that we can intervene in a way that's helpful is to help the folks that we're working with to understand what to expect next. So if the expectation is that when you enter the courtroom, you're not going to be wearing a hat, they probably need to know that ahead of time. And perhaps even be prepared with a little bit of information about why that is. Because I don't know about you all, but I hate to be voluntold to do something. And the way my personality is framed, somebody tells me I can't do something, I'm going to be a little bit obstinate and antagonistic just to spite, right? Because it's fun for me for some reason. And so, right. So I think just being able to have that conversation ahead of time, like, hey, we're getting ready to go to court. I just want you to know what to expect. We're on this floor. When you walk in the building, there's going to be security. You'll have to kind of make sure that there's nothing in your pockets. Maybe think ahead of time, like, what do you really need to bring with you? Because it's kind of a hassle to have to dig all that stuff out of your pockets and your bag. So maybe think about what you really need to bring, and know that when we get into the courtroom, we're going to have to, sit and stand at different points in time. We may, no hats. Whatever the rules are, let them know that ahead of time so that they can sort of mentally prepare for what that's going to mean for them. Because I imagine that if George had known ahead of time, hey, hats are not acceptable in this space or during this time when we're going to pray ahead of the meal, he might have had a different response when somebody asked him to take off his hat.
More importantly, it was about changing the perspective of the staff, right? Like, let him keep his hat on. Let's figure out what are the right battles for us to choose in terms of the people that we serve with. I think about how our families sometimes come to the attention of the court. And by the time they come to you, actually, we probably should have started this whole presentation by saying, how many of you have ever had a not so cooperative witness? Right? And how many of you have spent inordinate amount of hours prepping and preparing, and you walk into court and all of a sudden you're like, are you the same person that I've been working with, right? Because that perspective changed for them, right? So I think sometimes we expect the people that we work with to change when really it's a matter about us. And I don't know, maybe there are some courts where I'm like, could you just figure out how to let people keep their hat on? And I get there's some modicum that's expected, right? That's part of the discipline, but I'm wondering if some judges heard the story of George, whether they'd be willing to try to have someone keep their hat on.
Right? Is this the hill we want to die on today?
Yeah.
It's a great question.
And I think about how many of our families have had to repeat their story 1,000,000 times. And by the time they get to you, and then if they have to go before a jury of their peers, man, I don't have the energy within me to tell that story anymore. I don't, right? So people have got to figure out a way so that when that story is told, it's told one time, and then that information gets transferred in a way that makes sense. So,
Yeah.
You know, a lot of what you're talking about, and Ariane, I'm going to go back to kind of the preparing of the client or the preparing of a witness. I'm maybe being pessimistic, but as an attorney, one of the most prized possessions and things that we have is time. That sounds like a lot of time in talking about all these minute details. And you know, when Amy was up here talking, she was like, I had 40, 50 cases a day. How do you practically do that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think a little bit of preparation on the front end pays dividends later on. So this might be as simple as a 90-second conversation that's supported by some resources that you've developed ahead of time that are kind of like frequently asked questions or what to expect. So you don't have to have this lengthy conversation with absolutely every client. It's really about thinking ahead of time. If I were brand new to this and I had never ever seen the inside of a courtroom, what kind of questions might I have? And then write down the answers to those questions in a simple kind of bullet pointed format so that it can guide your conversation and you're not having to spend a ton of extra time. We don't want to add time onto your workday. It is about kind of working smarter within this framework, knowing that this is part of doing a good job at your job. So, Kim, I think we really wanted to, oh, I see a question. Yes, please.
Hold on. Wait for the microphone.
It's coming, it's coming.
So I'm a victim advocate at the prosecutor's office where I work. And that is actually a big thing is time, is I know that the prosecutors have a lot of cases on their hands. I can't even imagine the caseload that they have. But one of the things that I notice is that a lot of times they'll just randomly pull me into a room and say, hey, I'm gonna talk to this victim, and the victim doesn't even know what's going on. I don't know what's going on, but I know that time is of the essence. So I guess what can an attorney do, or what can maybe even myself as a victim advocate do to support the fact that prosecutors don't have a lot of time in terms of preparing a victim for an interview, or even just simply asking the attorney, hey, can you pull me aside beforehand, give me a rundown? I guess, like, what would you want to see as an attorney, or what is something that maybe could be done to help implement a transition, which is really important in trauma-informed care in a timely manner?
Well, the first thing that I would say is I think we should make sure you stay around for panel 2. Because we have some excellent individuals that are going to answer those exact same questions. But as a victim advocate, I have staff that are victim advocates, and the first thing that I always say is expectations are key, especially when you're dealing with a victim of some sort. They have a right, and it's respectful, in my opinion, to make sure that their expectations are understood. And kind of understanding, at the end of the day, as an attorney, you're not necessarily going to be changing an attorney as to how attorney practices. And unfortunately, a lot of courts, depending upon the type of court, it is bang, bang, boom, bang, bang, boom. We need a decision within 10 minutes. It's not ideal. And that's where a lot of the development, the trainings that we're trying to do in various platforms to understand that that process in general is fundamentally flawed, because you're not taking into account the trauma that individuals experience. And you know, that's a good segue into the next question, because let's talk about the criminal justice system, and let's get a really practical situation. When you have an individual that is a defendant, they've been charged with a crime, let's say it's been charged as something as egregious as murder or rape. And it's an interesting dynamic because you guys are here publicizing how attorneys need to be talking the expectation and the understanding. That tends to be difficult in encouraging attorneys to be this trauma-informed, yet knowing that there's an egregious act that occurred that this individual may have been the perpetrator of. How do you balance that?
That's a great question. And, you know, there's nothing about this that takes away accountability. But someone is not solely the worst thing that they've ever done. And so being able to lean into our common humanity, even as we're moving through a process that is going to hold someone accountable for those behaviors. It's not an either or conversation. It's a both and. That we can behave with compassion while still making sure that there are consequences for behaviors that are unacceptable. We're not here to fragilize people, but we are here to lean into our common sense of humanity. So let's talk about what we mean when we say trauma, because that word gets thrown around a lot, right? Oh, my trauma. Thank you, TikTok. But, you know, trauma does have a very discrete definition. And this is by SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Association. There are 3 E's that we want to remember when we're talking about trauma. And what I want to say, and to that idea of we're not here to fragilize people, not all stress is trauma. All trauma is stressful, but not all stress is trauma. So let's talk about what trauma really is. So we want to look for trauma being an event or a series of events or a set of circumstances. So it can be one thing or it can be a lot of things. But it's experienced by an individual as being physically or emotionally harmful or life-threatening. And we want to really lean into that idea of folks sometimes behaving as though their life is in danger, and sometimes it is or it has been. So it's something that's experienced by that individual, and as a result, there are some lasting effects. So there's a residue that is left over afterwards. And so it may impact that person's ability to function across different domains of their life. So really, when we're talking about trauma, what we want to understand is how has this impacted you and the way that you walk through the world. Anything to add to that, Kim?
So I usually try to give an example, and the example would be you're all facing this way and there's a loud boom back that way. That's the event. And what would happen is some of you would jump up and you would run back out there and you'd be saving lives and finding out if anybody's been hurt or injured or anything like that. Some of you would be looking at your watch thinking, we got about 53 more minutes until lunch. And some of you would be, why did I come to this? And all of those reactions are legit based on what your experience of a loud boom behind you was. And so the effect is going to be very different for everybody, even though we've all experienced the same common thing. And so that's why when we were getting ready to prepare for this, this is just one definition. There are many, many, many definitions of trauma, each with their own value and their own importance. But this one seems to work well. Again, the Cliff Note version, the 3 E's, right? I just got to know event, experience, and the effect of that. So we have to realize that this is very individual based on whatever life has shown up for me and what my experience of that life has been, because I'm with Ariana, we throw that word trauma around way too much right now. Really do.
So really, we're thinking about the ripple effect based on the kinds of things that someone might have experienced across their lifetime. And looking at, different types of stress. So even if it doesn't sort of match that definition of trauma, being able to recognize that really it's a spectrum. There's stress over here, there's crisis, there's trauma, and it all exists along the same spectrum. And that even really positive experiences can be stressful, So thinking about, gosh, maybe I got a promotion at work, how amazing. And it was something I worked really hard for, and I'm really excited about it. But now all of a sudden my routines are disrupted. How I used to spend my day is changing, it's shifting. So, gosh, I won't be surprised if maybe I'm a little forgetful in the short term, or I start driving to work and I get off at the old exit instead of going to my new place. Or, gosh, I'm just like a little more irritable because I'm still getting used to things. So even really positive changes in a person's life can still have an impact. They tend to be shorter term and much more manageable. But we also have these other layers of stress that we want to be aware that folks may have experienced or maybe in the midst of experiencing. So that's sort of tolerable. This is a short-term issue, but it's still impacting that individual in the moment. And it's easy when this is what we do all day to get a little bit detached from it. It's like, gosh, this is normal, let's move it along, right? But this might be the first time that the person you're working with has ever experienced anything like this. So just being aware that as we acclimate to whatever is our normal, it might be different from what someone else would consider normal. And so they may be coming to the situation with a higher level of anxiety just by virtue of they've never been through anything like this before.
And one of the areas that I practice in is divorce, so I deal a lot with custody situations. And you're talking about this, and I'm just like, custody, visitation schedules.
Oof.
And we as attorneys, I will speak for myself, but I feel that there have been a lot of times where I'm like, here, we wrote up this agreed judgment entry, here's the visitation, just abide by that document. What that document says, just please do what that document tells you to do. It's signed by the court, it's a court order, can you just please do that?
I heard what she just said. What did she just say? Here, just do this, right? I didn't ask you how you want to be involved in this, just do it. And if I'm a person who I can't figure out how to follow rules and you're just giving me more rules, well, what's the likelihood, right?
Well, it goes back to that whole voluntold thing.
Yeah.
Like and especially when you, not necessarily just your attorney, but when you have other entities like CSB involved, or when you have a guardia ad litem involved in a situation and they're making a recommendation that the court's just abiding by. So a lot of these things that you're just referring to, of what sounds like something very simple, that we are just, gosh, client, just please do this. It really practically is not that easy.
It's not.
And I think we just kind of sometimes need to reframe and remember. We have a question. Give us 1 second. We're going to wait for a mic, okay? Maybe we're going to get a mic.
Over here. I have no doubts. I, too, struggle with that, and people are like, no, you got to have the microphone.
Thank you. I appreciate it. This conversation raises another question. What happens, I'd like you to maybe speak to, when, in civil rights litigation, something I did, it is the event for which the person is there that is the traumatizing event. So I'm wondering, time-wise, on the timeline, childhood trauma versus the thing that you're in now, which is kind of still traumatizing. So it's not really over yet.
Right.
So I'd love to hear, kind of how to navigate that space.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think really what it has been helpful for me in my work at the Trauma Recovery Center, which is often the crisis is still, they're in the midst of crisis, the folks that I'm working with. Knowing what to expect in terms of how that person is likely going to be coping. And so I like to introduce what's called the rule of 3s and 5s. So, and I will share this often with the folks that I'm working with to help them sort of understand what's happening inside of them. So the rule of 3s and 5s says that, about 3 to 5 minutes after an event occurs, it's chaos. And we're all just trying to make sense of who's on first, what just happened, what do I do next, am I okay, And then the next 3 to 5 hours later, it's very common to be really reviewing in our mind over and over and over again with these sort of intrusive thoughts about what occurred, what was my role, coulda, woulda, shoulda, any kind of hindsight bias, any kind of blame, either internalized or externalized. We're just going to be going over it in our minds over and over and over again for the next few hours, trying to make sense of it. The next 3 to 5 days, those intrusive thoughts start to lessen. And we're going to start to be able to maybe sleep a little better, get back to some structure and routines. And 3 to 5 months later, assuming that the crisis has actually resolved to some degree, then we're going to start to integrate that experience into what is our new normal. So based on what happened, what have I learned about myself? What have I learned about other people? What have I learned about the world at large? And it's sort of through that process that we start to sort of reacclimate to what life is like after that event. And so whatever we can do to sort of help people understand that what they're experiencing is to be expected, and that we also know that this is to be expected. So you might find yourself in situations interacting with someone where the crisis is still current. They're going to have a hard time concentrating, so we might have to repeat ourselves. And it's not that they didn't care or that they weren't paying attention. It's that they literally can't absorb that new information right now because they're in the midst of the crisis. So it's, again, how do we shift away from some of those biases that might lead us to conclude, oh, this person just doesn't want help, or this person isn't serious. So it's knowing what is typical when someone is in a crisis and then adjusting how we approach it based on that understanding. I love your question.
I actually have a follow-up question. Oh, go ahead.
That's a great question. Doesn't that assume a neurotypical brain, 3 to 5?
Absolutely. We have to calibrate. So if you also know that someone has an additional condition, or perhaps they're not neurotypical, those timeframes might be adjusted. We're giving a general framework, and we have to give space for individual variations around that. So being able to sort of know what to expect, and if something is stepping outside of that general framework, being able to ask the next question of why that might be. What else might be influencing that? Yeah.
So I think my follow-up question to that would be, okay, so let's say we do have a client. The problem, or the question that I have is, how do we know, because a crisis, it's subjective. It just depends upon how an individual is perceiving the situation and how they're responding to it. So I guess what my question to you is, what are some ways that as attorneys, legal professionals, can help identify when their client is experiencing something like this?
Yeah. Do you want to go first, Kim? I've been sucking all the oxygen out of the room.
No. She's the clinical person, right? We've been doing a lot of work with lots of different groups of folks, DD, aging, and there are lots of science behind all of that. And I think us just being able to understand how that person is presenting with things other than that particular event, particularly we learned a lot with working with firefighters. I mean, used to be, they would go back and they'd have to go through this mandatory debriefing, and they don't even know what just occurred, right? And so often they talk about the value of the kitchen table, because that's where a lot of stuff happens. And I think part of that then is like, where does that actually occur? If I have an environment that's maybe less formal, and maybe it's an environment where I feel more safe, there's probably a way that we might be able to recognize the importance of time, and that we've got to get this information fairly quick. But if I'm in an environment that maybe it's an office that is more sensory friendly instead of, you know, like the atrium of the State House, right? Someone may be able to feel a little bit more at peace, a little bit more at ease. A lot of agencies use and have found the value of comfort rooms and comfort places. And I think there are some courts that have started to do that too, where they have areas where people can go to just sort of catch a breath.
And regulate.
And regulate. And then I can start asking those questions, because even in the questioning, depending upon how those questions are and what the experience, what the event is, that's going to be triggering too.
Yeah, and I think to your point about, you know, what's realistic to expect, how can I do this and stay in my lane? I think it really goes back to understanding what are the things that are actually within my control, what's within my sphere of influence that I might be able to work towards some positive changes, and what might I have to accept for now and know that it's not ideal, and my clients might also have a reaction to it, and I don't have to take that personally, and I can do what I can do on the front end to sort of prepare them for that reality that might not be ideal. So really leaning into what can I control or influence versus what do I have to accept, and how can I prepare my client for that reality. So I think we're going to talk a little bit about ACEs. So have folks heard about the Adverse Childhood Experiences Survey? Oh, good, a fair few, excellent. So we'll be a little bit brief in terms of the setup. The ACE study was originally conducted by the CDC and Kaiser Permanente from 1995 to 1997. They got actually a really robust set of participants, 17,000 people. And really they were trying to determine how prevalent is this experience of adversity in childhood. And so they came up with a survey that has 10 items that just sort of asks, before you were 18, this is a survey that you give to adults, before you were 18, have you experienced any of these circumstances? And then once they gathered that information, they wanted to take a look at, is there something that we can know about how those adverse experiences may impact a person across their lifespan? And what they found is that, in fact, adversity is quite prevalent. And I should pause to mention that original pilot survey was still a little bit limited. Even though they got 17,000 people, they were all employed and had Kaiser Permanente insurance. So, you know, so that is a limitation of that original sample. So what they did, what any reasonable researcher would do, and replicated that study in different communities across different parts of the country, and really found that the results were valid across all of the different replicated studies. But what we figured out through that study is that, in fact, adversity does impact a person across their lifespan. And sort of dovetailing that with an understanding of anybody familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Oh, good. Yes. So essentially, the idea is that when you're hungry and cold and not sure that you're physically safe, you're probably not going to really be able to attend to healthy interpersonal exchanges, right? Like those social needs are a little harder to strive for when you're just trying to figure out how you're going to get from the beginning of the day to the end of the day and survive. And so, how does this impact a person and their understanding of the world? And it actually can change the brain's development trajectory as well on a cellular level. This exposure to adversity can really impact how the brain develops and how quickly some of those, folks are usually familiar with fight or flight, those responses get activated. So something that might be just a really mildly stressful experience for one person, for someone that's experienced a lot of adversity throughout their lifetime, that tiny trigger can seem like a really big disruption. And so we want to be sensitive to that. So when we're talking about ACEs, they sort of divided it into these three categories of abuse, neglect, and household dysfunction, which can mean a lot of different things, and including things like experiencing prejudice, experiencing disruption due to relocation, so all of our immigrant refugee families, finding yourself in a situation where as a child, you were sort of parentified for one reason or another, sometimes out of absolute necessity, not anybody trying to be abusive. So these different types of situations can really impact us. And what Kim and I really wanted to do was offer you an opportunity to take a look at this survey for yourself. And before we do that, I just want to mention that by the numbers, some of you are going to recognize yourselves in these questions. And it's very common to have a little bit of a visceral response to that. So we just encourage folks to take care of yourself if you find that you see yourself in one of these survey questions and it's like, oh boy. So we're not going to go over this, word for word, but Kim, are there any?
Could you back up just one?
I can try, yeah.
Yeah, so if you look at those three categories, the abuse and neglect is really about individual experiences. It happened to me, right? The household dysfunction is me being a part of a group, part of a family, part of a community, part of a neighborhood. So that's a great representation, and really why we like to ground it in the ACE study to kind of remind us what we're talking about. That is this notion of individual, things that happen to me, and then things that happen to me as part of whatever I'm functioning in, a family, a community, a church, or a neighborhood.
Yeah.
That's really critical too.
Absolutely. So were there a couple of these items that you wanted to point out in particular?
So I think if we just sort of look at the very first one, right? Did a parent or other adult in the household often swear at you, insult you, put you down, or humiliate you, or act in a way that made you afraid that you might be physically hurt? Pretty big, right? As the questionnaire goes on, now I used to do this training and have everybody do the ACE questionnaire, and as Ariana said, this is probably going to resonate. People who do this kind of work, who are involved in the lives of other people, have a tendency to have ACEs scores that are higher. This starts to get into the questions that we deal with when kids are abused and neglected, and kind of what does that look like? Who touched me? Who fondled me? kind of describe that all before the age of 18. There are adult questionnaires now too, so that these things that happened, and the one gentleman who asked the question, like, there are things that are happening to us today, right, that are traumatic as adults. I didn't have any of this experience as a child, but there are things that are happening to me today for whatever reason, what I'm involved in, what I'm not involved in, that are causing the same kind of reaction. So,
Yeah. So we've got a couple of examples just to sort of highlight what this might look like. So these are real scenarios, folks that I have personally worked with that gave permission. This person, when they were a kid, someone in their household was a violent drinker. Their mom felt trapped because she had their siblings and this person to take care of. One of their siblings got caught selling drugs and went to prison when they were young. And when they got out, they were shot and killed in the neighborhood. So what is the impact on this person who has had this experience in their family? They feel nervous and mad whenever there's a conflict, when there's tension. They're just on edge and tense. They feel guilty and worthless, like a burden. Remember, their mom felt trapped because of them, right? Or at least that's the message that they heard. They have trouble with relationships and they feel really protective of their family. So it's that idea of like, nobody hits my little brother but me, right? So if ever there's someone that might be behaving in a way that they find disrespectful to someone in their family, that is a huge trigger, right? And might inspire some pretty aggressive behavior. So their ACE score, if they were to take that survey, is a 4 out of 10. The next example we have, this person had a sexual experience that wasn't consensual. Some of the people in their family found out and blamed them for what happened. They felt damaged and broken and ashamed. They became depressed, started using alcohol, drugs, and sex to try to cope. And the impact on that individual, they really have difficulty telling the difference between sex and love and acceptance. They've experienced rejection and lack of support from family, so they feel very isolated. They question their faith, and they find themselves connected to unhealthy relationships, which then furthers that abuse pattern over time. And they have an ACE score of 3 out of 10. And I guess I want to pause here and just sort of take a quick pulse of the audience. Do either of these profiles sound like any of the folks that you might be working with? All of them.
Hold on. Waiting for the mic.
Oh, sorry. There's a microphone.
There's a microphone.
So I think with people that aren't as familiar with this, and especially legal folks, that you think of, 3 out of 10 isn't that high, so they shouldn't have, the impact isn't as high. But I think it's important to note that you can have 1 out of 10 and still have a lot of reactive and negative consequences down the line. So, because I think
Absolutely.
these are people that have gone through a lot, but if you look at it in terms of numbers, it looks like a low score.
Yeah. So one of the things that we know is that the higher your ACE score, the higher your risk for negative impacts across the lifespan. Someone that scores 3 on the ACE survey or more is more than twice as likely to self-medicate through substances. They're 1,200 times more likely to attempt suicide across their lifetime. So 3 out of 10 might seem like a low score, but it's actually very clinically significant. So that's a great point.
There was a subsequent research done by the author of that study called The Origins of Addiction. And Vincent Folletti in that study recognized that as a male, if I have an ACE score of 4 or more as a young person, there's a 600% greater likelihood of being an IV drug user, which would segue into the next slide. So if you think about those areas, abuse, neglect, and household dysfunction, it would not be uncommon if I'm a kid caught in a very addicted home or a dysfunctional home for there to be some neglect, some emotional neglect, household dysfunction by my mom or dad doing drugs, or maybe divorce or separated, right? Or involvement of the police, right? Automatically, I'm just a kid caught in that opiate-addicted home. My score is 5. The prognosis of me isn't really good, right? And so we are now understanding that for so many, particularly for kids in our system, they don't know. They were brought up in this really dysfunctional household, right? And so it perpetuates, it goes on and on and on. Unless we can break that cycle, it's not going to be very good. So this, it's not transmittable, but it does go across generations. Recent research would say we now need to start looking at dads who drink, because there's a correlation between how much dads drink and fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. We used to think about just how much did mom drink, but now because the genes can modify, they don't change, but they modify, and that patterning then could affect a kid's physical and neurological development. So this really matters. This matters about if I'm caught in that home and this is just a cyclical kind of thing, I won't know anything. It becomes my norm. I don't know anything different.
So, to the point that was made earlier, that adversity and trauma affects adults too. I mean, thinking about things like coping through a pandemic, for example. No one can relate to that and how stressful it has been on us as individuals, but also just society at large. Coping with natural disasters, fires, explosions, accidents that lead to injury, physical assaults, assaults with a weapon. We've got sexual harassment or assault, exposure to war, kidnapping, being held hostage, serious or life-threatening illness or injury, being the co-survivor of a homicide or a suicide, or an accidental overdose. These are major disruptions, and this is not an all-inclusive list by any means. But these are the types of things that some of the folks that you're working with might have had to survive through and cope through. And depending on the kind of supports that they have to offset some of that stress, they may or may not be in really good working order when they come to visit you. Because to Kim's point, folks tend not to intersect with the legal system because it's a good day. So really, to summarize with the ACE study, why does this matter? Exposure to adversity across the lifespan really increases risk for negative outcomes up to and including an early death. And so we want to be very mindful about how we engage with folks that are struggling and suffering, and how can we recognize that and offer a little bit of kindness and compassion.
So if I can ask a question.
You might.
I will, don't worry. I don't think you need to convince, I think you've given enough information to show the importance of an ACE exam and what the score could entail. I guess from, again, going back to a practical perspective, as an attorney, reading some of these questions were quasi-triggering to me, if not to anybody else here. are we supposed to be giving out these ACE exams to all of our clients so we can get some perspective of where they're coming from? Like, I guess my question is how are we supposed to use this resource, this knowledge, to the everyday lawyering practice?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't think that a universal screening with the ACE survey is necessary in legal practice.
Not only no, but hell no.
Right. I don't think that that's going to be that useful. But knowing the types of things that people might have been through can be helpful.
So I think, as Ariana mentioned early on, you got to stay in your lane. We are not coming to you to say, now, guess what? Now you have to put on a clinician's hat, right?
I'd be out of a job.
Right. I think there are ways that once you establish a relationship, a safe relationship with that individual, where you can say, can you tell me what happened to you? I think could generate enough. Remember, and she may point me wrong, but I don't think it's important to understand the detail in the role that you fill. I don't. Are there cases probably where it's important that I know that? Maybe like in cases of domestic abuse or something like that, probably. But I think it's more about, I gotta understand the way this person is behaving and the way that they are not engaging in what I'm asking them to do and engaging in their process of due rights.
I'm going to just validate that that is a proper perspective. I know.
Yes.
So in my practice, it's not a practice where it's obvious someone's coming in with trauma.
Right.
Okay, so like a business dispute. They're not obviously coming in with trauma that I can see. But what is something that helps me recognize maybe a trigger that's happening? Because all of a sudden this anger that they're displaying out of nowhere when I start talking about something is coming from somewhere, right? So like you said, what are the things I look for? What are some of those, changes physically or inflection or whatever that I can look for in
the very next thing we're going to talk about. I'm so glad you asked.
There's a plant.
Yeah, right. Thank you. So how do we recognize trauma? So what do we look for? And again, these are very general statements. Not everyone is going to fit into this, but these are some things that you can keep an eye out for that might be like, oh, maybe there's something more to this story. So folks that come to the table with just a basic lack of trust or safety, if they're already on edge and maybe keeping people at arm's length, folks that struggle with emotional management, they go from 0 to 60, like nothing. Or they're very stoic and detached. So it can be either side of that spectrum, but their reaction to something is a little bit outside of what you might expect given the circumstances. Problems with cognition. We talked a little earlier about like, I might have to repeat myself several times because the person's just not retaining it. It might be difficult to engage in a logical thought process, and it might be difficult to concentrate and retain information. So folks that are like, I'm just not my best self right now. A lot of people have a hard time communicating effectively. So if you're noticing that somebody is either shutting down or maybe becoming aggressive or passive aggressive, being able to recognize that is potentially a sign that there's something more to the story. A lot of people that have experienced adversity, they have experienced it at the hands of someone who was in authority, and so they may have developed a difficult time relating to or interacting with people who are in positions that they see as being in authority. We also see sometimes a confused sense of justice, sort of difficulty understanding the difference between justice and revenge. So you might engage with someone that's experiencing a lot of revenge fantasies. And For a lot of people, there's an inability to grieve or anticipate a future. And so, you know, you might ask questions about like what comes next for that person, and they're not going to necessarily have an answer because they don't see a future for themselves. And so you may be engaging with somebody that, you know, you're hoping to help them get on a path that would make it so that they're not as involved in the legal system. And they really can't engage in that conversation in a meaningful way because they don't think they're going to survive this. So being able to recognize some of those signs and symptoms. And then we also have just sort of broken down into these different domains, some signs and symptoms to watch for. So physical signs may look like chronic headaches or backaches, a lot of muscle tension and stiffness. I know I carry all mine right here. Ugh. So when I notice my shoulders are up next to my earlobes, I have to take a moment and physically relax, right?
Can I interrupt for a second?
Oh,
So
yeah.
we were working with an agency, a community mental health agency, and talking about these signs and symptoms, right? And we really worked with them about listening to how someone shows up. Like, man, I'm so tired today.
Yeah.
I got these aches, right? That's a really good way to enter in, and then you can dive a little bit more, because a very common symptom of trauma or adversity is the inability to sleep, right?
Yeah.
And so I think just by way people show up, like, man, I'm really tired today, is an entree question to dig a little bit deeper, just really paying attention to those physical things. And it's safe. It's safe to dig that way. You didn't have to go to what was the ugly stuff, right? You can start to have that conversation.
Yeah, and again, there might be lots of reasons that folks are experiencing
Oh, yeah.
some physical symptoms, so we don't want to assume that, oh, it's definitely trauma. But, you know, this sort of constellation of symptoms across these different domains can give you maybe a clue to say, I don't know for sure, but maybe there's something else going on here.
Can I ask a question?
You can.
So the big thing that I think about when we're dealing with symptoms is the forgetfulness.
Yes.
I think we can all appreciate trying to prep a client, prep a witness to testify to something, and you start asking them questions, and it's like their story completely changes. I'm thinking specifically when it comes to, for immigration purposes, when you're applying for asylum, you have to do an asylum interview, and somebody's talking to you and asking you, what's your story? And it's very common for a lot of our clients to freeze up. And so I guess what my question from a practical perspective, what are some things that we as practitioners can do to help with that?
Yeah, I think being able to be as specific as you can be about what it is you're actually asking. Because sometimes someone's story is so broad and vast that they don't really understand what you're trying to get at. So being able to say, I'm going to ask you these questions for this purpose. Here's what we're trying to get at today. And so I'd like to hear a little bit more about your story and put a frame around it for that person. So, you know, related to this. Tell me your story about this. And then as they can start to, you know, they've got an anchor now. Here's where I start. And you can ask clarifying questions as the conversation progresses. But for some people, asking them such an open-ended question at the beginning is like, well, I was born, and then, you know, and so they're really not sure what you're asking, and they don't want to make a mistake, and so they tense up and clam up for that reason. So whatever you can do to chunk it into bite-sized pieces, that's probably going to be helpful.
We have a question?
Yeah, in my other life, last year was a record year for murders, and we had young reporters working nightside who, we lost a reporter and a photographer who just couldn't take every night coming into work and not knowing, am I going to see yet another body on the sidewalk? It was just too much for them.
Yeah.
And all this stuff you're talking about, telling us to be on the lookout for these symptoms, to hear the stories, to understand the stories, and then advocate for someone who's been through this trauma, I would think the trauma would spill over to the people in this room when you're doing it day in and day out. So do you have tips for people in our profession who suddenly find themselves in the midst of someone else's crisis over and over again?
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you for that. What you're talking about is a real thing. It's called vicarious trauma. And so you don't necessarily have to be primarily involved in a crisis or traumatic situation to be impacted by it. And these types of experiences do accumulate for a lot of people that are in this field. So there are a lot of tips, and I think there's going to be some discussion of that in the afternoon as well. But I would say just the short version is it's a good idea to create some structure for yourselves where you're regularly checking in with yourself about how you're actually doing and feeling. And when you start to notice that maybe you're experiencing some of these symptoms, what is it that is going to help you replenish your energy, find some balance, and maybe seek out a little good news on purpose? So, that's a really simplistic, couple little tidbits. I think we're going to do the deeper dive this afternoon, but I so appreciate the question because this is so common.
We have another question, and just to confirm, we got about 10 minutes left.
Thank you. I also practice in an area that is not traditionally one where we see the effects of trauma. Like, I don't work in criminal law. I'm a real estate attorney, actually. And so
That would be traumatic.
I generally call it happy law because I do transactions now. But in my prior life, I did a lot of real estate litigation. Sometimes the litigation is the trauma.
Absolutely.
And I've had more than one client confide in me that they were either having thoughts of self-harm, they felt this incredible embarrassment, shame, maybe their home is in foreclosure, something like that. And law school did not prepare us for what to do when your client is coming to you like literally in crisis. So I made some things up, but do you have any thoughts on what on how to kind of handle those interactions?
Yeah, I've got a simple acronym for you, and it's la la la. So what we're going to do in situations like that, and again, this is a general framework, we're going to listen. We're going to ask some questions. Are you safe? Primarily, if someone is confiding in you that they've been thinking about hurting themselves or somebody else. We're going to ask some questions to get a little bit more information about what that means to them. Love and act. Listening with the intention of understanding and asking those clarifying questions demonstrates that you actually care about the person. And then we're going to act to keep them safe. If they're telling you that they're really in a crisis, being able to know sort of in general what the local resources are, getting them to a place where they will be safe. So is that, hey, let's call someone in your support system? Is that, let's get you to an emergency room? Is that, let's call your counselor? So you're going to act to keep them safe. Link and advocate. So again, sort of knowing what those basic resources are in your community and helping that person gain access. So, let's make a phone call together, or have you ever heard of this or that resource? And then creating opportunities for these conversations to happen more often. There's something about you that has invited that person to share something so personal. So you've created that psychologically safe environment. Good job. So it is about, making it more okay for folks to talk about this stuff. And, sometimes it's as simple as thanking that other person for trusting you to be able to share that. So, la la la.
Well, and I would just, to add to that, I'm glad that you said that you obviously did something to create a good rapport between you and that individual, that they felt that they could trust you. So that is awesome. But my piece of advice to add on to that would be, we need to get away from the idea that we just being lawyers, that a client is only a legal case. Because clients are human beings, they're complex, and while us as lawyers may not, and I want to say may not because I don't know everyone's background, may not be qualified to be a counselor, may not be qualified, just like we're not medical doctors, so if someone comes with a broken leg, we won't help them, but we would point them to the hospital. Right. It's the same thing when we're dealing with trauma. We need to recognize it. We need to be able to say, give them that platform to at least talk to you, to disclose kind of what's going on, but then figuring out what's the next best place for them after that point.
Yeah. I'm going to race through some slides to get to the meat of what we want to close with, yeah? So we wanted to talk and touch on, and we've weaved it throughout the conversation, this idea of stepping away from our biases and being able to recognize that there's a person that you're interacting with, even if that person is not able to show you their best selves. So whatever we can do to refrain from labeling that person as being bad or the problem, I think is value added in this space. And so that really is the foundation of a trauma-informed approach, where we're shifting away from, and it can be difficult sometimes, from that idea of like, what is wrong with you? Why are you like this? To a more trauma-informed approach, which is like, help me understand, what's happened here? How can I help? And really adopting that sort of servant leadership attitude. I think that's really what we're trying to convey here, that I want to be helpful. Here are the limitations, or here's, a way to engage. But creating that safe environment where people can engage with you in a different way. And then a couple of key concepts to remember when we're trying to operationalize a trauma-informed approach. It's going to be different for each of you depending on the environment that you're in, but these are the key concepts to incorporate. We want to lean into offering respect. That also means expecting respect. Safety, creating safety, physical and psychological. We want to allow safe space. Kim and I know each other, so I know that I can put a hand on his shoulder, right? I don't have that relationship with the rest of you, so I'm not going to assume that you want to hug from me, right? Like, we want to respect that different people have different comfort levels with physical space. We want to announce intentions and manage expectations. So here's what's going to happen next. This is what you can expect. This is what's reasonable and realistic. This is maybe what's outside of the realm of possibility. And we want to communicate. We want to, again, focus on what we can control, which is our own demeanor and our own approach. So we want to be genuine. We want to offer compassion and understanding. Show that you want to help, right? That goes a long way. Establish that relationship of trust, which granted can take some time. And we want to adapt and adjust the courtroom so that it can be as safe an environment for that person as possible. And again, knowing that there are constraints and limitations there. You set the standard for how people are treated in the courtroom. So we just want to kind of lead by example as much as we can. And again, advocate for changes along the way that might make the system better. So I think just since we have 3 minutes left, oh boy, 2
now.
minutes and 43 seconds, let's just kind of skip to the end
Do they have access to this PowerPoint?
after the fact, I believe so. Yeah, we've got a couple of practical examples that it might be good to review, but I want to get to just this last little bit, this self-care teaser. So again, working in the criminal justice field is inherently difficult, and absorbing the suffering of other people can really take a toll. So we want to be able to recognize that in ourselves who are participating in this line of work, and being intentional about your own strategies for taking care of yourself and maintaining that healthy balance across your career. And it's going to look different at different times. So if we're talking about resilience, and that word gets thrown around a lot, resilience is not staying strong. That's not what resilience is all about. Resilience requires different strategies for different moments. And there is a video that is refusing to play, which is fine. It really is about that ability to bounce back from difficult circumstances and integrating what we've learned from those experiences, being able to adapt to changing circumstances, sort of flow within a framework, and use the skills that we have and the resources that are available to us to balance that stress with self-care. And so it is that question of how do we learn to live with our own challenges and incorporate them without them becoming our sole identity. I am not my trauma. So with 36 seconds left, we invite any additional questions, and really stay tuned for the afternoon where folks will do a little deeper dig into some of these themes.
All right, well, I would like to thank Ariana and Kim for your time and energy and expertise today.
If everyone could please retake their seats, we're going to get started with the afternoon program. I'll give you a second to sit. We certainly hope you enjoyed the lunch break and maybe got to connect with some of your fellow attendees today. We're getting ready now to dive into panel number 2. It's going to focus on the intersection of trauma and the legal profession. This panel will examine the effects of trauma on victims, also on lawyers, judges, and the legal system. So we'll explore practical approaches for legal professionals to handle trauma-related cases and talk about strategies for maintaining resilience in the face of some challenging circumstances. I'm going to introduce the moderator for panel 2, Tim Young. Tim was the Ohio Public Defender from 2008 to 2023 and now serves as the Special Project Manager for the Ohio Public Defender's Office. Before that, he had a county public defender experience in Montgomery County, Ohio for 14 years. He's led reform efforts for indigent defense in Ohio and is responsible for creating the Ohio Wrongful Conviction Project, a non-DNA exoneration project. He is the founder and former chair of the National Association for Public Defense and is a member of the Ohio Criminal Sentencing Commission and the Task Force on Access to Justice. He's a busy guy. Tim brings a wealth of experience and insight to the discussion today, so we will turn it over now, and please join me in welcoming Tim Young.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. I was so pleased to be asked to participate in this seminar on trauma-informed lawyering. My perspective as a lifelong public defender has changed over the years that I've been doing this. I'm now in year 30, just to give you that timeline of being a public defender. And I love my job, but there are days that it is really heavy. I consider public defense to be in its third generation, if you will. And when I started, my bosses were all those first-generation lawyers. And with all credit and respect to them that I can muster, they didn't really care about trauma or trauma-informed anything. It was just buck up and go do the job. And as I'm reminded from Tom Hanks, there ain't no crying in baseball. And that was largely public defense. There's no crying in public defense, and you didn't keep tissues in your office, and you just went and did the job. And if a client broke down, well, then they just needed to, bite their tongue and let's go on our way. I then became leadership, which I consider myself part of the second generation of public defense. And I think my generation was largely hit and miss. And that's why I say my view changed. I was raised, if you will, by these leaders who there was no value to this. And I started to really see it myself, the huge weight that the number of cases that you carried, dealing with people who lived in distinct poverty every day, and the weight that carried for them of getting up every morning and not even being able to sure whether they're going to feed their children that week. And starting to recognize the toll that takes in people's lives. And so I transformed, if you will, and now we have what I think is our third generation of leadership, and they are very attuned to this. During my leadership, I was able to start to bring counselors in. I managed the state public defender office during an execution era, if you will. Death penalty was active in Ohio. 30 people were executed during my tenure. And each of those days was, as you might imagine, incredibly difficult. But it was a whole new thing to bring counselors into the office. And there was resistance from the lawyers of, we don't need any counselors. I mean, your client was just killed. Yeah, you do, whether you know it or not. And so that brings us to today, and I can't say how happy I am that this kind of seminar is being held and being so well attended to talk about this and to expand this kind of conversation even further and to really explore what we can do as lawyers to better support all of the people who come into the court system, the victims, the clients, ourselves from secondary trauma. And with that, I have the pleasure of facilitating just a tremendous panel today. I'm going to introduce them. I'm going to start with Judge Linda Tucci-Teodosio. Please come on up. I've had the pleasure of working with Judge Teodosio before, and I'm currently working on a project with her right now. One of my duties as special projects manager actually is taking me to Summit County and working with her court. It's always been just a pleasure working with her. She's the longest serving juvenile court judge in Summit County's history. Her innovative work has gained national recognition, and she serves as leader for numerous legal and community organizations. Next, we have Alexandria Rudin. She's a supervising attorney. Come on up. She's a supervising attorney at the Legal Aid Society of Cleveland, and she specializes in domestic violence law. She's recognized for her advocacy and expertise in safety-focused parenting plans. She's devoted her career to legal aid. As a partner in that kind of work, I can't say thank you enough to people who have spent their entire careers doing this kind of work on behalf of those who need us so much. And finally, I would like to introduce Erica Young. Today, I think we're playing the sibling game. Erica and I have known each other for a long time, and it's a constant joke of, are we related with the same last name? And for years, we would tell people we were cousins, but I think today we were telling people we were siblings.
He's my younger brother.
I have aged very poorly. Erica is an assistant public defender with Knox County Public Defender, where she focuses on felony trial practice and supporting individuals affected by drug and mental health issues. Erica also served at the State Public Defender's Office. That's where we know each other from. She just does incredible work, has really tried to transform some of the work being done in Knox County. And this is our panel, and I think we are ready to begin. Let's give them all a hand. Well, if I can, I'm going to ask each of you to just answer this first question, and if you could kind of explore it from your point of view. We have the judiciary, we have the legal aid side, more victim focused, and then we have the public defender, more of the defendant focused view. But the first question is just really, what is the most basic question we have, which is, what is trauma-informed lawyering? And Judge, I'm going to start with you.
I always hate going first, especially if they're that wonderful panel we had this morning. I want to talk a little bit about trauma-informed lawyering from the view of the bench. I think that in a juvenile court in particular, we can assume that everybody that comes in our door has had some kind of trauma. And I always like to look at it this way. I tell my staff, nobody got up this morning and said, gee, today would be a good day to go to juvenile court. I hope my kid gets in trouble, or maybe the state will come and take my kids away, okay? Those are the kind of cases that we deal with, and to a different extent, every court that each and every one of you go to deals with issues where people are dealing with struggles or problems that have come to their doorstep. Nobody chooses to have to go into a situation where they need to litigate or go to court. So I always start with the assumption that even if they didn't sustain some kind of trauma prior to becoming involved with the court, that many times the events that bring them to the court or the court experience itself can be extremely traumatizing. I think it's important to remember that because of that, we may sound like Charlie Brown's mom a lot of times when we're talking to our clients or talking to individuals that come into the court. They are so overwhelmed by the situation that they find themselves in, or the situation that caused them to come before the court, that they sit and they nod their head, but I wonder sometimes, do they really hear and listen to the things that we need to say? So, from my perspective as a member of the judiciary, and I know I have at least one person who practices in my court quite a bit, I promise a lot of this is do as I say and not necessarily as I always do. I think it's so important to be patient and to make sure that everybody understands the process that they're going through, and make sure that everyone understands that they'll have the opportunity to be heard. I think it's important not to have a lot of that we need to check our assumptions. I know that there was a lot of discussion this morning about frequently asked questions and providing resources. I think it's important to recognize, especially in a juvenile court, that a lot of the individuals that come to our courthouse may not be able to read. They may not be able to write. And so as we do part of our work as a trauma-informed court, we have to recognize that trauma may be compounded by whatever other inabilities that particular client may have, perhaps through no fault of their own, and to make sure that we accommodate those so that they don't suffer the additional trauma, perhaps, of saying, I received this, but I can't read it. I always start from the assumption that nobody can read, and if I'm going to give a form, I read it to somebody, because I don't want to put them in the position of having to say that they can't read. So with that being said, I think it's also important to make sure that they understand that they will have some control. I think one of the things that we heard about this morning, and that I find to be true in working with the people that come to my court, is they feel like they have no control over their life. Things have happened to them, things have caused their behavior to be in a certain way, and they have really lost control. So I think that it's so important to at least give them some feeling that they have control. And that's not to say I'm going to let them run all over me as a member of the judiciary. I understand that I have an obligation to keep order in the court. But if somebody seems like they want to say something, to explain to them, I promise you I will give you the opportunity to have your say at some point in time before we close this hearing today. And I think that's important. I think it recognizes that their investment in the case, and I hope that it gives them some feeling that they have some control over their situation that maybe will help with their trauma. And I think that the other thing that's important to explain is if you shut them down, that it's not because you don't want to hear from them. I often have kids that want to go off and tell me everything in their life story. They're there for a delinquency case. And I'll stop them and I'll say, I think it's very important that you have the opportunity to be heard, but what I want you to understand that it's also my obligation to protect your rights, and I don't want you to say something to me that may come back to haunt you later. So while what you have to say is very, very important, it's also important that your rights be protected. And that can be a tricky balance, particularly to somebody who's in trauma. The last thing I think is important to express is that sometimes some of the behavior that we witness in the courtroom may be as a result of trauma. And I think it's important not to make excuses for that, but to recognize that that may happen. That if you see a young person or a parent or somebody getting worked up, to make sure that we say, do you need to take a few minutes? Is there something that we can do to help? In a couple of our courtrooms that deal with kids that have the deepest needs, we even have like fidgets or soft things that they can manipulate while they're in the courtroom to maybe help them manage some of that stress and anxiety that may be as a result of trauma. So recognizing that a lot of these behaviors are trauma-focused and not disrespectful to the court. And I think, in being trauma-informed and recognizing that, it's also important to recognize that not only do our words have important meanings in the words that we choose, but the way that we choose to express ourselves. And it's very difficult, I know, a lot of times when things get heated, to maintain a calm, even voice and to try to keep things very, very low key. But I think the more that we as judges, as lawyers, can maintain that even keel, even in the sight of behavior that may be verging on disruptive, we can do a lot to de-escalate the situation and help soothe that individual so that perhaps we can help them reduce their anxiety. So I'm gonna stop and let my colleagues answer that question too. But I think it's just really important to recognize that folks that come to court, if they haven't suffered trauma in the past, the experience can be traumatizing. And we as lawyers, officers of the court, as judges, can do a lot to alleviate that and make the situation more comfortable so that we can reach our ultimate goal of doing justice and that they can feel that they've been heard and had the opportunity to have their case justly decided.
Alexandria, I'm going to turn it over to you. Judge, I think that's just wonderful, though, that the comment about explaining why I want to hear from you, but here's the why I may not be able to, especially for somebody who's in trauma. Just shutting them down could be so harmful at that point to any further presentation. So I think that's how you speak to them and explaining what can and can't happen. I truly thank you. Alexandria, as an advocate, legal aid advocate, what is trauma-informed lawyering for you?
Everything I did wrong. And I have been doing this since Ohio's domestic violence law passed. What I can impart to you is know your client. When we look at victims of domestic violence, they suffer such significant trauma, not just from the court system, but from what they went through in their abuse, the feelings of hopelessness, the coercive control they feel, and how they address the violence they lived through probably when they saw their families encounter the same type of reactions. So because of that, I need to know who my client is. As a lawyer who wants to be competent representing victims of domestic violence, I need to know the law. I need to know the dynamic. I need to know the myths. I need to know what domestic violence is. And I learned this late, I need to have a basic understanding of trauma, cultural issues, and another idea of what the collateral issues facing a client. Because the clients come in, they don't know me, they don't know to trust me, and I have to gain their trust. What I find is taking a client who is in trauma because they have been survivors of violence, bringing them into the court system always re-traumatizes them, always. And because of that, they don't respond in a way that you would think somebody responds. And so you need to know who both the victim is and who the abuser is, because you need to know how they respond, not just to each other, but to a court system. For example, one thing I've always been able to believe is that abuser lies more convincingly than that victim tells the truth. And that what appears to be crazy behavior is most often a survival mechanism, because that survivor knows their lives. You don't. So again, we have to really look at the big picture. We also have to know that many victims of domestic violence will recant. They won't go forward. they don't want to go forward. And they have to live with, wait a second, well, if she really was a victim, then you know what? She would definitely want to go forward in this. If she really was a victim, she would have called the police, without understanding all the reasons that survivors do not do that. And that is something that every lawyer in this room, every advocate needs to understand. They need to understand why victims recant, what makes them go forward, and they need to understand who we are. In my practice, now it is first do no harm, but over the time of my practice, okay, I'm a lawyer, I had 150 cases, I'm moving them through, they have to come in, I give them a half hour, I'm done. And the most important thing I needed from them, I need to know about the most recent incident backwards. I need you to explain it to me, I need to know time frames, I need dates, because guess what, that's what the court wants. They need something. And if they don't have that because they can't think, because they can't think in a linear way, then you get a whole bunch of jumbled mess, and clearly you have a client that, why does that client want to go forward? So it's learning about that. It's learning how to ask questions. It's learning how to ask in a way that is not judgmental. So you want to know the story, but from what I've learned, you learn through the senses. How did it make you feel? How was, do you remember any smells? Do you remember time of year? Was it winter? Do you remember Christmas? Things like that as other ways to get the information we need as lawyers that we can bring to a court. And I think I am only going to say one last thing, and that is the other piece I learned as part of that is how to bring culture into it, because not every survivor's lived experiences are the same. Along with that, the policies and the laws that I helped create, especially in the area of domestic violence, they don't always work as a way to empower victims of domestic violence. Once they file charges, we don't really want them to dismiss. We leave it in the hands of a prosecutor, do we not? Prosecutor can move the case if they feel they can. So what do we do when the client says, you know what, I don't want this to go forward, or I have a civil protection order, I want to have communication with him. So we need to know how to regroup so that what we've done is we have empowered our clients, recognizing that especially in the area of DV, it takes 7 to 10 times for a survivor to get out of that relationship. And all we're asking is that you're there for the next time. If you turn that client off and she already won't call the police, she may have had a bad experience in court, there's nothing she can do. Where would she go? Better off staying with him than utilizing any of us. So again, this is what I've learned, and part of being trauma-informed is know what questions to ask, how to ask the questions, how to get my clients to trust and recognize when it's not me. When my clients first came in and they would cry, I thought, oh God, what did I do wrong? I now look at it very differently. The fact that they can trust me enough to cry, I think is equally important. So I have to also give myself some grace as I learn about this area.
Really powerful. I think it's really important that we all remember that everybody, when they go back to court, a victim's going to be re-traumatized. There's just a truth to that I think as lawyers, we're in court every day. This is our job. Remembering for the person you're with, this is the most important thing going on in their life that day. And as that most important thing, especially from the criminal law side of the world, it's going to be traumatic. So thank you. Erica?
So I think the most important thing about being trauma-informed in practice is knowing that you absolutely have no idea what you're doing. Which might sound like trite, but this is probably a personal question. I've been arrested before, back in college days, and which is why I went to law school. This is what happens when you protest, apparently, in this country. So I was, that 4 days between like arrest and me bonding out, because I was really lucky enough to do that during a federal holiday, awesome, was probably the most traumatic moment of my entire life. Like, I'm an intelligent person. I was terrified. And I have an education, I can read. I knew in the grand scheme of, my whole family is attorneys that don't include Tim, but maybe. I had a lot of resources. And then I was looking around me at people that they couldn't read, they had medical issues, they had mental health issues. Now, of course, it took me about 6 months after that initial trauma to start digging through this a little bit, but I went into public defense because I viscerally felt other people's fear and hoped maybe I could show people that even though it's really hard, there's another side to it. So, and the biggest thing I've learned is that me coming in as a white suburban lady that's too educated and mouthy, I know nothing about any of the people that I work with. And that's usually the first thing I say to people when I meet them. For those of my former colleagues from OPD that have used my questionnaire, the first thing is, I know absolutely nothing about your situation. You've probably had horrible experiences with other public defenders. They probably are totally valid. What can I do to make this different for you? And then we start talking. I make fun of myself a lot. I have 13 dogs at my house. Like, I'm that person. I drive a Kia. I wear vintage sweaters and stupid eyewear. Like, I know who I am. But it's amazing how much situating yourself helps other people feel comfortable. Pay attention to what you wear. I have a lot of clients that if I've shown up in a suit, just completely shut down, and then I try the next time to show up in jeans and a t-shirt, and it changes the dynamic. I think the most important thing we do as lawyers is serve, and I think we forget that. We're not the smartest person in the room. I'll never be the smartest person in the room. It's my client's life. I go home every day. That is a gift. And I go home to some place where I have enough to eat. I don't deal with addiction issues. I have good mental health treatment, because self-care is important. I have a relatively stable family. They're all lawyers, so you do with that what you will. But my whole goal is to use a system that is very, very rigid, and it is, and try to find the places where you can move that system to work for my clients. And those opportunities exist. Sometimes you just got to get really creative. The other thing I think that's really important is to know your limitations as an attorney. When we interview new attorneys, now that I'm old and do that, one of the questions that's always asked is there any case you wouldn't take? And almost uniformly, everyone thinks the right answer is, oh no, I would take any case. Any case I'll take, that's absolutely, yep. And I was like, really though? Because can you give that person unconditional positive regard with everything? And that's important because people, especially trauma survivors, feel if you're afraid of them, feel if you're disgusted by them. They feel that. They might not be able to verbalize that, but it gets in the way of that attorney-client relationship. I won't take animal abuse cases, period. I won't do it. It's always been a thing since I've been in this. I can't do it. Doesn't mean I don't think those people deserve fair process, but I can't be the one to do it because I'm judgmental when it comes to that. I know that about myself. But it's important to know who you are, because if you don't know who you are, then you can re-traumatize people by trying to be a better person. You can't fool anybody. We all feel each other. We're pack animals, just like anything else. So I think that's really an important thing. The other thing that I would say is pay a lot of attention to who you are as a human when you're talking with somebody that's going through a lot of trauma. I'm incredibly loud. I am very intense, is usually the word that is used when describing me. I talk fast. So a lot of times, the first time I do when I meet a client is say, I know I'm loud and kind of mouthy, and I talk fast, and I cuss all the time. If you need me to slow down, if you're having a hard time hearing what I'm saying, just tell me. You're not going to hurt my feelings. If you think I'm being a jerk, tell me. I'll tell you too, believe me. But those things mean that it's a relationship as opposed to some other person looking at someone in a rough situation like, looking down on somebody doesn't help anybody. I describe this to students and my interns as, you know, it shouldn't be your attorney here and the client here. Switch that. As an attorney, you should be sitting on the floor. Honestly, sit on the floor. Change that dynamic. Most of us are all but one bad decision and lack of support system from the other side of that bench. All of us. I'm a firm believer. So I try to understand that everybody's experience is different and that I get it wrong all the time and give my clients room to tell me I'm getting it wrong. And I still mess up all the time. But I think the idea that you let them know that that's your intention, that's what really matters.
Before we move on to the next question, you mentioned sitting on the floor, and I actually want to follow up with this. Does trauma-informed lawyering or being a judge, do you change the physical approach to clients or the layout of the courtroom or where you do a client interview? Does any of that come into impact for any of you three?
Yes.
Yes.
Tell me more.
You want to go first?
For me, I've learned to sit next to my clients, not behind the desk. For me, I go in and I ask them, how do they want to be referred? We talk to them. I'm not getting my information via a computer where I'm not looking at them. I use a pen, I use paper, I take notes so I can look up, so I can talk to them. So that to me is most important. The other piece is I've learned to ask my clients, is this too much light?
Yes.
Would you like the door closed? Do you want to keep the door open? So many clients feel that they need to have that door open. Others feel they need to be enclosed because that's what makes them feel safe. I ask about their safety so I can learn what it is each of my clients needs.
Same kind of thing, Erica?
Yeah, if anybody that's been in my office, unfortunately, I think a lot of you have visited, my office is covered in pictures of dogs, Sanrio characters, a board that says it's worth it, which has a lot of my success stories. And success, maybe not obvious success, but things that my clients have done that are awesome. Letters I've received. I have a dog bed in my office because on occasion, Oscar pretends that he's a dog at law and comes with me. And the way my desk is kind of situated is I have a lot of natural light, which is awesome, but we're a small office. So we can sit next to each other, we can sit across. I let my clients go in first and pick a chair. I never pick a chair for them. I'm like, pick any place you want to sit. My one client thought he was being hilarious. He's 16. He was like, I'm going to sit in your chair. I'm like, I think that's a great idea. Let's do it that way. Also, when people are in jail, obviously you don't have those same sorts of parameters. But that's why it's important to be nice to the people in charge of jails because they can really help you out with some of those things. My caseload is almost exclusively severe and persistent mental illness. And criminal involvement with that. And let me tell you what doesn't work with somebody that's experiencing a paranoid psychotic episode, a computer screen or a TV in the room. Holy heavens. And our general meeting room with attorneys has the video screen there for when we do video arraignments. So for my clients that are very paranoid, the first thing I do when I get there is I talk to one of the officers. I'm like, hey, can we use this other room today just because I don't want this to be distracting? And it's a little change, but it makes all the difference. I have clients I go on walks with. And I mean, if you have that ability, sometimes just not being in an office is a huge deal for people.
Judge, do you change the courtroom at all?
Well, the courtroom is set up a certain way, and obviously I'm going to be on the bench, and I think that is something that's very important for the court hearings. But we do a couple things that I think really helps individuals with their trauma. We're fortunate enough in our court that we do have a therapy dog. And I'll tell you, there is nothing that is more helpful to clients that have had a traumatic experience than having Tater Tot in the room with them so they can reach down and give them a little pet while he's there. It's very, very comforting for those individuals. And I know our prosecutor's office also has a dog that can come to court with victims and be behind the witness stand with that individual, particularly young children that have to perhaps testify as to something that's very, very difficult. So I think even little things like that can make a huge difference for individuals and help them be more receptive to what's going on in the courtroom. The other thing that I would say is, I necessarily do not know everything that you all know about your clients if you're the attorney that's going to be appearing in my courtroom. So, I as a judge, I want to be trauma responsive. I don't want the experience in my courtroom to be more difficult for people than what it already is going to be. So I am looking for ways to help make the situation better. And I'm going to pick on Samantha for a second. She had a client that appeared in my court, and she let me know that she has something that we need to do. She was relinquishing parental rights in my court, and it was too difficult for her to do that with anyone else in the courtroom. And she let me know that so that person could come into court by themselves and do that. And there's no reason that all the parties need to be there for that particular thing. And if that can make that traumatic and difficult experience easier for someone so that they can protect their own rights and do what they feel that they need to do, why not take that step? I allow people to do that by video if they don't want to come to the courtroom and make that difficult choice. So I think just thinking outside the box a little bit about how can we make a difficult situation easier for folks. The last thing I want to talk about is when, as a juvenile judge, and I'm sure domestic relations judges may do this from time to time as well, I'll often do in-camera interviews with children that are subject of custody cases where they have the opportunity to come in and talk to me a little bit about what they want. I can't even imagine how difficult that would be, right? To be a young child, come in and see somebody who's the judge that's going to be making the decision and have to explain to them what I want when I maybe don't even know what I want. So what I do is I take them into a room where it's very informal. I chit-chat to them about all kinds of little things before I get down to what we're there for. I maybe try to put my questions in terms of, if you were going to have the perfect life, what would it look like? If you had the perfect home, what would it look like? Who would be there with you? So without them having to choose, I want to be with my foster parents instead of my real parents. I want to be with my real parents instead of my brother. This gives them the opportunity to say, well, if the perfect world, I would have these people there. I think the other thing that's really important to recognize, particularly when dealing with children that come into the courtroom and teenagers as well, they're very, very egocentric. Everything is because of them. My parents are in trouble because I let the teacher know that I've been beaten for 3 nights in a row and I haven't had anything to eat in a week. That's my fault. That's on me. They tend to view the whole world as revolving around them and the choices that they made. So I think it's also very, very important to, as you're dealing with young people, is to make sure that they understand that they are there for no fault of their own and reinforce that so that they feel comfortable in relating to you what is going on. So those are just a couple of things.
How many of you want a trauma dog in the courtroom you practice in? Yeah, we don't deserve dogs. I've got 3 at home. I'm
Did you get all your dogs?
serious dog lover, but we just don't deserve dogs. All right, moving on to the next question. While we talked a lot about what trauma-informed lawyering means, there are a lot of myths and misconceptions surrounding it and barriers, if you will. The first generation that I referred to, that there ain't no crying in baseball kind of attitude. What are some of the myths that we run into? And Alexandria, I'm going to start with you on this one, that as you represent victims, we have so much victim blaming and those kinds of things, if you could speak to that.
As I had said earlier, when you're looking at survivors of violence, you know that they may recant. You know that separation is the hardest time and probably the most dangerous time for victims. So you also know that victims that don't respond, that victims that may lie, it's because of not just trauma one time, but it's complex trauma, often intergenerational trauma. So when you look at that, that's the one thing that I have learned to look at. You look at the rape myths trauma. I'll give you an example. I was in court, we were doing a protection order, and the offender was there as well, and we're trying to negotiate a consent agreement. And she says she wants this protection order for 5 years. And he stands up and he says, wait a second, you were just at my house last night and you slept with me. How is this possible? You're afraid? Because, you know, of course I have to say my victims are afraid. And she believes this same person is going to cause more danger. So I had to take a break. And I said, I knew the answer, but I said, tell me why you were with him last night. And she said, when she was with him, she knew he was not going to kill her. But because we had court the next day, if he wasn't in her bed, she worried he would break in and maybe kill or hurt her. So then the next question is, what do I do? There was no advocate that wanted to come into court, and there's a dearth of expert witnesses to explain why victims stay, why victims leave, why abusers abuse, et cetera, et cetera. So all of those things were extremely important for me to know. I needed to ask about all these questions. Again, I had to ask my clients about their lived experiences separate from the abuse, because then I understand why they respond in the way they respond. If I don't do that, then I've done nothing. Two other things I really wanted to say. I know as lawyers, my role is to come in, gather facts, go to court, try to win in court, okay, bye. That isn't the case with so many of the clients that I serve. That is not that. I have to first explain, we have to go over the trauma they're feeling. I have to ask them, how would they like to start? Not tell me about the incident, which is how I used to do it. Tell me about, what can you tell me about your experience? What did you see? What did you think? What did you feel? And this reminds me of something that Maya Angelou had said. People will not remember what you do. They will not remember what you say, but they will remember how you made them feel. Yeah. And this is something that I think is most important. I also have to explain not just the myths of clients and why they stay and what I have to do with the court, but that the court process itself is so problematic and trauma-inducing for our clients. That is really the most important piece. So I have to ask them in the beginning, what are their goals? What do they want to have happen? And also, they have to understand that the goals differ. I would say for most of my clients, they want the abuse to stop. So you spread some dust and then it's over. But that's not how the system works. The system works with, no, all we can have, we're within the bounds of the law. We have protection orders, we have divorces, we have things like that. So it's very, very different. And I know I'm not sure I answered the question, but that is what I would look at. The other barriers, and I'll just say one last thing. When you look at culture, and you look at ethnicity, and you look at poverty, and you look at race, and you look at sexual orientation and gender identity, you have to know a little bit about that. Yes. Because you need to know about your client.
Absolutely true. We can never forget the gender, race issues that are so prevalent throughout our justice system. And unfortunately, they play distinctly into this and impact people who've suffered from trauma in such significant ways. There's not a study in America that doesn't show a far greater failure rate of solving crimes when a person of color is the victim. We just don't invest the same time and effort in solving crimes depending on the neighborhood we're in. Without jumping topic, though, I'm sorry, my 2 cents. Erica, talk to me a little bit about the myths and barriers around trauma-informed lawyering.
I think the biggest one is that it means you don't hold people accountable for their actions. Oh, well, they did this, you're just saying that they shouldn't have a consequence. And that's just not the case. Most sex offenders were also sexual abuse victims as children. Most abusers were also in abusive households as children, because that's normal. That doesn't mean that people are not accountable at all. I say this all the time to my clients. Like, my job is not to get you off. My client is to make sure that the system is fair. That doesn't mean that you don't get consequences. We just need to make sure that those consequences are fair. So I think that's a big one. And what's been really, it's been a really kind of wonderful thing for me is being able to explain this with the decision makers and prosecutors that I work with a lot, which is, I'm not telling you that, you should dismiss all these charges. I mean, you have it on body cam, my client stealing a car, running over a cat, and then, telling an officer all sorts of colorful things. I get it. What I'm saying is, what if instead of we just throw the book at this guy, we try something a little bit more creative? Maybe they need some therapy. With the whole idea that we know prison's coming. With some of these people, prison's going to be inevitable. But my time working in the institutions for a long time and still, and also my practice in the county, it's not that there isn't programming that's there, it's that people don't know how to get there. So I think for me, I think I'm an educator a lot of times with people. I was talking to a guy the other day and he was like, well, I'm just going to prison. I'm like, well, maybe. I was like, you also could go to treatment. Why don't we start there? Nothing has to be, that's one really nice thing about cases taking forever, is that you have a lot of time to see if something else might work, and, doesn't mean you're always gonna save your client from being incarcerated. And also, sometimes you don't need to save your client from being incarcerated. I'll be honest. I've had, sometimes they're not safe. But you don't have to make the system more traumatizing than it already is. And I think if you can say, no, I'm not saying, I say this to prosecutors all the time, I'm not saying that they don't deserve a consequence. I'm saying that, why don't we look at why we're here and see what we can do to avoid that in the future? If we all want a safe society, if we all want people to feel secure and safe and served in our community, let's get creative, because we have those opportunities. And the first thing is that people trust law. I mean this. People need to trust the people that are making the decisions. As an attorney, if I go in and tell you your prosecutor is evil, the judge is corrupt, the police officer is awful, maybe those things could all be true, but how's that help my client when they're on supervision for 5 years? It doesn't. So having those relationships that you can help inform your clients of people that actually do care, and it's not everyone, but we all kind of want the same things, right? We all want safer communities. We all want people to feel secure and housed and fed. And I think a big way of doing that is to start dispelling some of these myths that, if you acknowledge, wow, you were beaten as a kid, it's not like, well, no one cares now that you're 65. No, you've never dealt with it. So what if we deal with it this time and do something different?
Alexandria, you had another comment on this question, the myths of trauma-informed lawyering?
There were 2 comments I
Please.
wanted to make. One is, what may not help your client helps my client. So if that person goes to jail, my client may feel safer. And so how do you balance that? And I have, in Cuyahoga County, we've created what's Parenting After Violence program.
Interesting.
And as part of that, the survivor has to agree, and if she agrees, there's one judge, and that one judge is going to put these low-level offenders under both accountability, criminal accountability curriculum, but also how to help them with their trauma. And I've had such mixed reactions from my clients when you say, well, did you know that most of these offenders were also victims at one point? So it's a training piece for your clients to help them understand that. So that was the first thing. The only other thing I was going to say was something that you said, Judge, and that is how it may be easier to do what you're suggesting behind a screen for juvenile cases, but when I do a protection order and I have a client who's traumatized and I say, well, she can't talk in front of him, or I'm doing the divorce, she can't talk in front of him, I will hear from his lawyer that, wait a second, I have a right to cross-examine your client. So how do I balance those two without telling my client, guess what? This is how it's going to be. This is what's going to happen.
Before we leave the topic, I was going to ask Judge, do you have any comments?
Well,
on
and I just want to
myths and
respond to that,
misperceptions?
certainly recognize that due process requires that people have the right to be in the courtroom. I was limiting my comments to a situation where someone was giving up parental rights and didn't want everyone present for that. So I think being sensitive to that. But, I think there are some myths and barriers around trauma-informed lawyering or trauma-informed judging, if you will, in my case. And I'm going to echo what Erica said. There's Judge Teodosio being soft again, bleeding heart Teodosio, But I think that the bottom line is, I've got two responsibilities. I've got a responsibility to impose appropriate consequences, and I'm not afraid to do that. I've sent my share of young people to prison. I've sent my share of young people to the Department of Youth Services, and I've invoked adult sentences. I understand what my job is and what my responsibility is when that's the appropriate consequence. But the other side of the coin is my job is also to rehabilitate. So unless I know what is the underlying trauma, how can I do my job? Because if I ignore that this person is drug addicted because of trauma that they suffered and they're self-medicating to try to forget the horrible things that happened to them, how do I get them on the road to recovery so that when they are released, they don't do the same thing over again? And none of us wants that. If I don't know what someone has sustained, how do I put appropriate programming around that person when they re-enter society, or when they're in the custody of the Department of Youth Services, or when they're under some kind of juvenile probation or community control? How do I pack those things around them to make sure that they will be successful and not harm somebody else? And one thing I'd really like to point out, because it's something I learned from a younger lawyer in the Summit County Juvenile Prosecutor's Office that I thought was just really, really powerful. There was a young man that was in my court that was charged with a pretty serious offense, and it drew a lot of attention in the newspapers, as those kind of offenses normally do. And as part of the work that we did in the case, we did a psychological assessment, and during that assessment, this young man said, everybody out there sees me as an absolute monster. And that really, really bothered him, that he was seen as this monster. This attorney came in and she was asking for consequences that were significant, as well they needed to be, but she leaned over and she looked at him. She said, I want you to know that I don't think you're a monster at all, but we need to do some things so that the community is safe and so that you don't get into trouble again. She could have pounded her fist on the table, but what would that have done to further the safety of the community? It would have made that young man feel even more inclined that nobody thinks, and everybody expects this out of me anyway. It almost becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? So I think the words and the language that we use, we can achieve the same result, maybe a better result, by being sensitive to those things. One other thing that I think is a myth about trauma-informed lawyering or judging is that these victims of trauma are going to raise their hand and say, oh, thank God you're here to help me. I've been waiting for someone for so long to tell me exactly this. Some of them don't even recognize that they've had traumatic experiences. I've seen it so much on my human trafficking docket. What do you mean victim? I'm no victim. But as time goes on and they become educated, they realize, oh my gosh, this was trauma. This is a bad thing that happened to me, and I didn't even know. You know, I was blinded by it. I didn't recognize it. So I think for waiting as lawyers for someone to raise their hand and to think that we're the, you know, the knight coming in on the white horse with the sword flying, they don't see themselves as victims. One young man that I dealt with for a very long period of time, for years as a matter of fact, I couldn't get him to open up to me. One thing he said to me, we finally started to make some headway. The one thing he said to me, he said, Judge Teodosio, he says, I guess I've been living with things so long that I didn't realize that my home was the only home that this was happening in. I thought this was happening to everybody in their homes. I thought all parents treated their kids this way. So, you know, whatever you live, whatever you grow up with, that may be your normal. So I think, you know, digging deeper, building trust. You know, I always tell kids, look, I know I'm a near 70-year-old grandma, and, you know, and you're a 15-year-old young man that maybe lives in another part of town, and I don't live in your world, but help me to help you. Yes. Help me to understand what you need so that I can help you. And I think acknowledging that I have something to learn from that person who suffered trauma can really help facilitate a conversation with them that can help me do a better job in getting them where they need to be and fashioning appropriate consequences as a judge.
Thank you. Before I ask the next question, I want to make sure the audience questions are fine. Please don't hesitate. If you have them, raise your hand. And I know a number of you, so I probably don't even need to be saying this, but if you have questions, don't hesitate, and we will get the panel to answer as we go. No questions? All right, I will ask the next one. In your legal career, you've all witnessed trauma and how it affects clients and witnesses. Can you tell us some of the behaviors that we may see and what to expect from clients, victims who have suffered trauma? I'm going to start at the end with Erica.
Oh, yay. I think you see a lot of what is perceived of lack of willingness to work with people. When I started in Knox County, I'm not a Knox County resident. The attorney that preceded me had been there a long time and had varying degrees of, regard by the criminal defense folks. And I walked in and they're like, oh, great. Like, great. I was like, cool. Hi, nice to meet you. Or my other favorite, what do you mean you don't know who I am? I'm like, I don't know, I'm from Columbus. Like, be nice to me. But I think in like trial practice, I see a lot of that is, oh, well, you don't know what you're doing. I've had one client that we've had to convince I'm his attorney 5 separate times because I'm a woman. True story. I still have credentials. That's been fun. Or they appear like not to care, or they're just not going to talk to you because you don't know what you're doing, and I've been in this system forever, which my response, because I'm me, is usually like, that seems to be going well for you. You should probably run your own defense. But what I see, and then my private practice is parole, people that have been in for decades. And have gone through a variety of different attorneys with a variety of experiences. And I think what I see a lot of is just resignation. You're not going to listen to me. You don't really care. You're an agent of the state. You're working with those people. And a lot of it, what could you possibly know about my experience? And sometimes that comes as a lot of anger. And my response is always like, yeah, you're right, I know nothing. So why don't you help me? Because you can't talk at this, but I can. So let's get there. And what's amazing is, and it's probably why I love this work so much. I do come from a very privileged background. All my parents are both still alive. That's pretty huge. I grew up in a pretty affluent suburb of Columbus. And some of my best friends are people that I thought I never had anything in common with. I tell one of my clients all the time, you're the biggest gift I've ever been given. This work is, because it's relationships. This work is purely relational. So I think you don't have to be nice all the time. Everyone that knows me knows that I am not nice all the time. But you have to be real. That's it. It's just about being real. Acknowledge what you don't know. I fully believe that most of my clients, former attorneys, that in their heart of hearts, they feel that they were done dirty. 100% I believe that they believe that. Is that true? Does it matter? Doesn't matter. That's their truth. We all have different truths. So work with that. And you can. I guess that's what I want to say is like, these don't have to be barriers. These can actually be really amazing opportunities of connection. As long as you are aware of who you are and what you bring to the table. Which I think sometimes people get real afraid. Like, oh, this person, and I can't fix this. No, you can't fix past things. None of us can. We're not magicians. Congratulations. What we can is make this experience different. And that's a really powerful, awesome service that you can provide.
So you see a lot of opposition and resignation.
Yes,
walking
that's, I
in the
guess,
door.
the short answer. I talk a lot, Tim. You know this.
I was just creating the segue
It
to
was,
Alexandria.
it was a really good segue. Yeah.
I was going to say that from the defendant point of view, that makes a lot of sense to me, and I've seen that as well. From the representing the victims, the trauma-impacted brain regularly has a difficult time. People have a difficult time accurately reporting events, accurately relating chronologies. How do you help people with that? And tell me more about that, Alexandria, what you see with victims in terms of trauma impact.
The first thing I've learned is I have to reframe the way I ask my questions. But even more importantly, it's reframing how I do my interviews. I would give every client a half hour or an hour, and then I was done. But I've learned that's not what, some can be finished. I can get all the information I need. But I've learned to break up my meetings. I've learned to explain to my clients every step of the process and explaining the process, good and bad, what will happen when they go to court, but explaining every step, allowing them to tell me what their goals are, knowing when I need to shut up and listen, a very important piece. And knowing that I have to ask them, they have to tell me their story. I may need to hear it several times for me to understand it and be able to work with it, but that is what we deal with when we deal with somebody who is in trauma. Knowing that over time, the trauma is compounded. It doesn't go away. Knowing that although I am not a mental health professional, I am not a therapist, I am a social worker and a psychologist. My point is, being a lawyer is only one small piece. So when I can't do those other pieces, I have to know what else is available for my clients. I also have to know that so many of their behaviors are a survival response. I need to see that in context so I know how to help a court understand it, so I know how to help myself understand it.
Can you
and
tell us a little
also
bit more about
help
that?
a
Survival
client.
behaviors? What do you mean?
What I mean by that is the client with the flat affect, the client who starts screaming at me, yelling at me, I'm not doing enough. They can't help themselves. They have to emote. Without understanding why, how do I help them? Same thing with clients that have a substance abuse problem or a mental health problem. How much of it is the trauma? How much of it is an addiction caused by trauma that they suffered early? I've learned that it is always some survival mechanism. But what happens when that survival mechanism is interrupted or doesn't work? What do I have to do to help them move forward? And so I know at Legal Aid, we now, something we never had, we have social workers and we have client support specialists. We also work very heavily with our victim service programs and the advocates because they help provide oftentimes what I can't provide. Because I have to always remember, in the end, I'm a lawyer. I have one piece of their journey. I'm not everything.
Judge, how do you see trauma-impacted issues arising in the courtroom? How do you see victims or clients or defendants of juvenile?
You know, a couple of things, and in juvenile court, we're such a problem-solving court that I spend a lot of my time doing review hearings or dispositions where I'm getting information from youth and victims and all of that. And I think that I've seen a couple of things where it can be really impactful. First of all, I think that the choice of words that we use in the courtroom, particularly when it involves young people, are so very, very important. There are more than one way to say things. You can say things in such a way that gets the point across, but perhaps is not triggering for that individual. As part of my responsibilities, I run a detention center, and I can tell you that when somebody says something in the courtroom like, you did this to this person, and you're terrible, and you're horrible, and the choice of words is such that it brings back the event to a accused in such a way that's very triggering. When they go back down to the detention center, they're hell on wheels because they have been triggered. And I think people think about trauma reactions and anxiety and depression. They think of somebody moping or whatever. For kids, it shows up as aggression, as anger, and so a lot of times the choice of words can have the unintended consequence of engendering more bad behavior. I always can do a little bit better when I give examples. I had a young man in court, and so a lot of kids shut down as a result of trauma experiences. He had been charged with having a weapon in a motor vehicle, a loaded weapon in a motor vehicle. He had been picked up because the car he was in was stopped for an expired plate or something, and it turns out the driver didn't have a license, so they inventoried the car. He's got a loaded gun. And so he comes before the court, and I asked him, I said, so what do you have to say on your own behalf prior to disposition? He looked at me and says, I got nothing. And I said, well, that's fine. If you don't want to say anything, you don't have to. But if I'm sitting in your seat and I know that I'm the one that's going to decide whether you go to the Department of Youth Services or go home today, I might think I might have something I'd want to say to the judge. And he says, okay, I got something. He says, you ever been shot at? You ever wake up in the middle of the night because there's a gunfight going on outside your bedroom window, and you're worried about your baby sister and your mom who have their bedrooms on the first floor? Did that ever happen to you? I said, no. He says, well, you're lucky because it happens to me all the time. So, I guess the point I want to make about that point is, had I not pushed or inquired a little bit further, I would have never known that information. And he shut down because of the trauma, and I think because he didn't want me to know that he didn't feel safe. I think that's a very hard thing for anybody, particularly a young man, to admit, I don't feel safe. But the little bit of pushing, the little bit of inquiry to pull that information out made a huge difference, because I was able to send him to somebody that I knew I could help him navigate the situation that he found himself in. So I think something very common that I see in that courtroom is that decision to shut down. And I want to respond to, I want to mention something that maybe doesn't exactly go to this question, but it came to mind by something that one of my co-panelists said, and that is the importance of providing support for those individuals so that they understand, and that can be by way of peer support. One of the things we do in our court with our parents is we have a program that's called multidisciplinary representation that, along with the lawyer, parents who are facing possible loss of custody of their child are paired up with a case coordinator who connects them with resources. But even more important than that, someone with lived experience who has lost their children and regained it, providing that person who is suffering that trauma with someone who's been through it too, and has survived it with good results can really move mountains for folks that have had a traumatic experience.
Thank you. So we have clients and victims who present with flat affect. They're oppositional. They avoid eye contact. They shut down. How do we then go about building better rapport with them as clients? How do we go about preparing them as witnesses for that moment in a courtroom? I'm going to start with you, Judge.
Well, I think that, as a judge, I have the ability to control the courtroom to a certain extent. And again, I want to repeat what I said earlier. If there's something that I should know, if there's something I should know ahead of time that would help me manage the court situation better, I really rely on the lawyers to help me with that. But one thing I always make very, very clear in cases, particularly that now most of the offenses that are occurring, they're on videotape. Boy, when I first started on the juvenile bench years and years ago, I used to have to rely on eyewitness testimony. Now the prosecutor is able to pop in all the doorbell cameras up and down the street, and I watch the crimes occur. I mean, that's traumatic for me. Imagine what it must be like for the victim, right? To have to see their loved one being gunned down on video. And unfortunately, that's what I see sometimes in my courtroom. So, I think that, and you would know better than I, but I think for a lot of victims, they aren't familiar with courtroom protocol. They don't know if the judge is going to get upset or find them not to be believable if they get up and walk out of the room. So one of the things that I try to do to maybe accommodate those individuals a little bit is to say, hey, I know this is going to be very, very difficult. You're welcome to stay. I encourage you to stay if you'd like to. But if it becomes too difficult for you to watch, feel free to get up and leave the courtroom and come back when you feel that you're able to. I think giving those victims obviously not when they're testifying, but to give those victims who have the right to sit through those proceedings the freedom to know that they can get up and walk out if things become too heavy for them is really, really important. And I think the other thing that I have noticed that the lawyers do that are representing folks is they take a lot of time to review the videos that are going to be shown in the courtroom with their clients ahead of time, so that their client's not surprised by what they're seeing there. I think there's nothing worse than being surprised, and if you have the opportunity to see ahead of time, it doesn't make it any easier, but at least you're somewhat prepared for what you'll see.
Thank you. Before we jump to our other two panelists, there's a question in the back. I appreciate that. I couldn't see you. The lights behind you are right over your head, and they're blinding. It's almost like the sun over there. So I apologize, I missed it.
I want to go back a little bit to your anecdote about the young man telling you that he lived in a war zone, essentially. Because it's kind of a two-part issue. I'm a public defender. I represent adult felons. Part of the problem that I have is getting my male clients to open up and be vulnerable because, of course, they don't want to admit that they are traumatized, that they have this sense that they have to protect their families, so they refuse to open up and be honest, which doesn't help them with the court. And then a lot of times the problem that I see is that the law does not work for them. Like your young man with the shooting, he lives in a war zone, but the law says you cannot own a gun if you have if you're WUD or whatever. So I'm wondering, you as a judge, how do you balance that, saying to this client, I understand where you're coming from. The law does not answer your life, your lived trauma, and there's nothing I can do about it.
And that is such a tough question, particularly, and I'm just observing a fact. We see so much in the media about the right to have a gun, the right to use a gun to protect yourself, and I think sometimes some of the young men that I work with feel, yeah, everybody's got the right to protect themselves but me. And that's a difficult thing for kiddos to understand, particularly when they live in an area where the threat of gun violence is very, very real. And I do explain to them, I understand that you felt that you had the need to protect yourself, but you can't do this. It's against the law. And I really do try to point out the fact that, that their having a gun could cause very bad things to happen. I'll explain to them a little bit about unintended consequences. You pull the gun, you don't intend to use it, it goes off, or somebody else sees the gun and somebody else ends up dead, and just go through some scenarios with them to help them understand that they are not permitted to have that gun. And I agree with you. It's this young man. After the hearing was over, I did tell him how impressed I was with his honesty, and I asked him what he thought some solutions to the problem were, and he gave me some ideas. But it is difficult. I don't have a good answer to that other than having a dialogue with them and help them to understand that I can't change the law. I can apply, I can tell him what the law is, and I tried to give him some resources that I hoped would help him feel safe in his neighborhood.
Thank you. Returning, Alexandria, you have clients who show up who, as you said, shut down on you. As I mentioned, have difficulty relating facts accurately or timelines accurately. How do you go about helping to build rapport with them and to get them ready for what they need to do should the case go forward?
Like I had said, my clients come in, they can't track, they don't understand what's been said. I've got to repeat what's been said. We had a client that came in last week who we were asking, tell us about the abuse, tell us what happened, and she kept punching her head. She wasn't able to formulate what was happening, and she didn't understand it. And then I thought, do I tell the lawyers that were doing the case, oh, let's just talk about trauma. Yes, this is normal. This is, you've got to explain that it is a normal reaction. But they, when we started talking about trauma, they glazed over. So it's for me, it's giving them grace. They miss appointments, they miss meetings, they miss coming to court. And we're trying to explain that this is because of their trauma. And if they begin to see that you're working with them, I think that begins the start of trust. I also think that for me, in my court, the one that I don't own, yes. for the court that I practice in, I really push the judges and the court personnel to undergo trauma-informed training, so they understand. And what I've begun to do is, especially clients that have to see their abusers for the first time, let's say in a civil protection order hearing, I would file a brief, who knows if the courts always look at them, but briefs explaining clients in trauma and symptoms to look for. And my hope is, whether the other side strikes it or whether they ignore it, there may be a few that will understand what's happening. The other thing I wanted to say to the woman in the back, the Center for Court Innovation, or Justice Innovation, is now looking at dual curriculums when they're addressing offenders. Recognizing that they suffer trauma too, they need to find a way to hold that abuser accountable, but also address their trauma. And they're beginning that process, and now they want to create one curriculum and then farm it out and have pilot projects to see if it works. I think in the juvenile arena it will work, it'll work in the felony arena, and it will work in our arena as well in domestic court. And the last thing I wanted to say is that as I learn more about trauma, I am more able to help my clients. We talk about what's going on at every meeting. And to get them into court, I've got to explain to them that the court themselves may not see it the same way. They have to measure credibility. And judicial determinations on credibility are often very hard. And if you're not looking at it from the standpoint of trauma, you see a client who has impaired decision-making, somebody who may be very problematic, may be drug-dependent, mental health issues, and their significant others are going to push for that. So I have to deal, at least in my court, I have to deal with that as well, trying to change the paradigm for the court and explain to them when they don't come the first time. That doesn't mean they don't want to participate. It means that because of the trauma they suffered, they may not be able to. And court, could you give more time for this particular client?
Erica, how do you overcome the oppositional, aggressive client who is hiding their trauma behind that approach?
I set really clear boundaries. Very clear. From the very beginning, here's my role, here, especially the people that come at you angry. I mean, first of all, there's not one size fits all, and I think that's really important to remember. But I would say the person that's very, very shut down, I think the first thing I start with is, well, so here we are. Like, unless you're hiring an actual attorney, we're gonna have to figure this out. And I always say, I mean, it's actually interesting. I have a prosecutor that I worked on a very difficult case a few years ago in the room, and I said, so, I know what he's gonna say. I was like, if you don't talk to me, what am I supposed to do? Like, sit on my hands? And we're just like, yay, this is great. Like, it just, I think a lot for me, first of all, rapport takes time. And I know that that's a really hard thing with those of us that have astronomically high caseloads, which I think is a lot of us. But I guess it's not a matter, and why I say time, I don't mean like length of time, but quality. Even, I'm in the jail like 5 days a week. I have one client that I see almost every time I'm there for exactly 2 minutes so that he knows I'm working on things and he sees my face, and that keeps him pretty like chilled out. And I also always lead with my clients, just because you do not see me does not mean I am not working. It's like, so you have to hear you're important, this matters, but things take time. And so I think it's quality as opposed to quantity. Some people do require a lot more hands-on. I think it's really an important thing to not overpromise as a lawyer, which we all want to do, right? Don't we all want to look at these like certain folks and be like, 100%, this is what's going to happen. I work in a county that we do not do joint recommendations. So my favorite is, well, what's going to happen? I don't know. And saying, here's where we put our best chances of this outcome, but I can't promise you anything. A lot of attorneys, I think, make that mistake in wanting to encourage somebody of being like, oh, this case is going to go away, or this is a straight probation case, or I hear it all the time, and then when it doesn't happen, you're just another person that's lied to them. Set expectations. I go through court processes in excruciating detail for people that haven't been in the system before. Here's when you need to be here. Here's when you need to be on, like, what you need to wear. Here's what appropriate, like, you cannot talk in our judge's courtroom. Believe me, you cannot. He barely tolerates me sometimes. And also the other thing that I do, and this is just, I think a lot of times folks I agree, people don't show up because it's hard, because it's this. I make it very clear at the very beginning, if you are not on time, you reschedule. And I do that on purpose because, and it's not a matter of, for me, it's not lack of grace, it's a matter of respect. I'm gonna respect your time, but you're gonna respect mine too, because we have to be equal partners to get you where you wanna go. They own the ship. I'm merely hired as the captain, paid for by the state of Ohio. So I think that it's those sorts of things. And I'm a big use of therapeutic use of self. Not everybody is into that. I probably over-disclose because I'm who I am. But I think for a lot of folks that are really shut down, learning a little bit more about you in a safe way, nobody's my Facebook friends, okay? But in a safe way, helps them understand. And even I represented this guy who was a conflict for his 6 prior like misdemeanors, and then that went away. And of course, I end up with him on the felony. And every time I had seen this guy, I was in the worst mood. Every time I had been like grumping and trying to keep like a room of 15 people quiet during a video arraignment with a bad connection. And then I get assigned to him. And so I walk in and I'm like, so, bet you're super happy to see me. And he's like, you gonna yell at me today? I was like, maybe. Are you gonna yell at me? And he's like, maybe. I'm like, all right, well, it's not personal. He's like, not personal for me either, Missy. And then off we went. But just acknowledge, we're all human. I mean, that's the thing, we are all human. I can sometimes be a real jerk. We all have bad days. I've walked in to see clients, I'm like, I'm having the worst day ever, so I'm gonna be a jerk. I'm really sorry, but I wanted to make sure you had this information. At least be honest. And I usually use more colorful language than that. But I think that that's the big thing. Be honest. Do not overpromise, because the second that something doesn't happen, boy howdy. And that's, I mean, I think we've all done it wrong, which is why you learn these things.
Yeah, if you want to build rapport, or if you want to destroy rapport, tell a client something you can't do. Tell them you're going to do something and then don't do it.
Yes.
It's not just over-promising the outcome of I can get you probation, but I'm going to file this motion and then don't file it. Any of those things will destroy rapport with client in a hurry. Regarding building rapport, and this is an aside, and then we'll get to one of our last questions, just so you know, in terms of that time it takes to build rapport, for those of you who don't do criminal law, who haven't been public defenders, the average caseload for a misdemeanor public defender in Ohio is over 400 new cases a year. That means they're bringing in, on average, what is that, 30-odd new clients every single month? It's a lot, and building that rapport is very, very difficult. Even the felony level is at 150 felonies per year, so more than 10 new cases, felony cases, every single month being assigned to public defenders. There was a reason it was only public defenders you saw in the jail visiting rooms on weekends. At least that was my experience.
Same.
So that just wanted to let you know what kind of pressure there is to overcome all of this trauma that we do see every day with our clients, and that we are going to see from victims that our clients have been accused of harming. And there's a lot of this, which leads me into my next question, which is about secondary trauma, the trauma that we, as those helping people, trying to provide services or presiding over these cases. What can we do? And well, first off, what is secondary trauma, and why does it matter to the practice of law? And I'm going to start with you, Alexandria.
Well, for me, it's how I respond to my client's trauma. And when I look at secondary trauma, for me, it's not about burnout. It's about compassion fatigue. It's that I'm trying so hard, I'm being empathetic, I'm trying to understand that sometimes I lose myself in this. And what I've also learned is I need to take time to decompress and not let others' trauma follow me home. But I have found that while I don't necessarily burn out, hence why I've done this for 45 years, what I do is occasionally, and this happened recently and it shocked me, there was a client who, Channel 5 asked me to talk to the client. It was horrible, horrible abuse. So I thought, oh good, I can help this client. I gave her my phone number. These are all the wrong things. I gave her my cell. She called me several times. I got her into shelter. You know, I pulled out all the stops with people I knew to get her therapy, etc. And she calls, and I was like taking over her case, and it was a criminal case. It was against her abuser. But I realized that I became too invested into who she was and what she was doing. Finally, she's the one who stopped it. She calls me and she says, you know, I can't do shelter. I can't do the things you want. It's much easier to go back with him. And I think that he's still being prosecuted, but she had to divorce from all the help everybody was trying to give her. And I realized, even though that doesn't look like secondary trauma, I had to go inside and think, what the heck was going on with me that I felt like I had that need to really help? When really what I should have done all along is validate her experiences. And that to me is the most important, especially when you deal with clients. As Erica said, you go through the entire case, you have them be part of the case, then they still don't show. You set boundaries, they still don't show. They want to go forward on a case, it's not really a good case, legally speaking. So I go to my clients and say, I want to validate your experiences. This did happen to you. Unfortunately, if you lose, will he be more empowered? And to me, if the answer is yes, they have their answer for themselves. And that's all I need to say about that. But I've learned that repeated exposure, I need to know when to take my vacations, when to leave. And as long as I have that, I can come back and fight for the next day.
Over the years, discovery has changed. When I started practicing law, most of the work I got were written police reports. I could read about a very violent crime. You would get crime scene photos, they were after the fact. Today, we are exposed to, as the judge said, oftentimes videos of the actual crime, the shooting, the horrible violent assault, the domestic violence on a ring cam. We see these things today. Erica, I'm going to start with you. Do you feel like there is more secondary trauma for you today than there used to be? And two, what do you do to deal with secondary trauma?
Well, clearly I'm perfectly sane, so I have no trauma. So I will say, and this is a terrible thing, but I think anybody that works in this business, there are certain things you're so used to seeing at this point that it really just doesn't faze you. But there's always those few cases that just haunt you. I mean, they do. My boss doesn't let me take very many juvenile cases because he says I try to adopt all the kids. So I have a really good therapist. Like, that man is not paid enough. I have a lot of dogs. So many dogs. But for me, I have to do that. I also have to be very, very cognizant of when I am doing too much. Not to over-disclose, but that's who I am. I have rheumatoid arthritis and a lot of chronic health things on top of working like a crazy person. And if I don't keep myself healthy and hydrated and somewhat centered, my body breaks down, and then I can't do anything. It took me completely breaking down a few times to realize that, because, why wouldn't you try 3 times? I'm really bad about taking vacation time. My former boss at OPD once shoved me into an elevator, stole my work cell phone and laptop, and said, "I will see you in 2 weeks." I was really mad for 2 days. But it was I think you were there when that happened.
I might have been informed of it and consented to it even.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. I think as I've gotten older, I've gotten better at realizing that I can help no one if I'm not at 100%.
Is it fair to say that as you say, you live with life on your sleeve, you're living out loud? Is that part of your coping mechanism?
100%. And humor. I mean, I'm terrible. I have the worst dad jokes known to man. But I think people sometimes will confuse folks, at least in the criminal world, as being callous or not caring, because we have a lot of off-color jokes about everything. But it's the only way that we survive day to day with the horrible things that we see. You see it in family law, I'm sure, too, and every other thing. But I think the big thing is just realizing, if you are a service-motivated person, and probably everybody in this room is, that's why we do this, that you can't come second because you're of service to nobody if you do. And that's taken me, 4+ decades to figure out. And saying no is sometimes a really good thing, even though I'm not great at it still. It's a work in progress. But I think at least, yes, there's a lot of secondary trauma. And quite frankly, I've seen some things on body cam that will never leave my mind as long as I live.
Judge, from the judicial perspective, you see perhaps even more than we do, especially in juvenile court, where we're dealing with children and families and voluntarily giving up your child. I can't imagine how traumatic that is, one, for the person, but sitting there as the judge and ruling on these cases. How do you deal with secondary trauma?
I'll say 2 things about, a couple things. Number one, I think our training when we go through law school is really in part learning how to kind of separate yourself, to look at things from the legal point of view and try to shove your feelings in the corner. At least that's the way I've looked at it every now and then. But the fact of the matter is, I always tell my staff, if we can look at these cases and some of the terrible things that are happening to victims in our community on our delinquency cases, and some of the terrible things we see happening to children in the abuse and neglect cases, and we don't feel something, then it's time to retire or move on to the next thing, because you can't lose that connection to people. That's such an important part of what we do. It's really traumatic to see all of those things. It's really traumatic, and it's very, very difficult knowing that the parties are there relying on you to make the right decision, and that can be overwhelming sometimes, to think about, am I doing the right thing? I'm separating this child from their parents forever. Those are pretty heavy decisions, and even making those decisions can be somewhat traumatic. And the way I always look at it is, I kind of chuckle every time I get on the flight because I think about it all the time. They tell you if the cabin loses pressure, the masks come down, put your own on before you help somebody else. And I think that's good advice for all of us. We've got to help ourselves. And if we're not our best selves, if we're not ready to go, then we really can't do our job for other people, is the way that I look at it. And so I think that self-care is so very important. And I think it is so important that I think we have to make a commitment to ourselves to do that as lawyers and members of the judiciary. And sometimes I'm better at doing what I say as opposed to what I do. But I started running when things got really bad, and I thought, I'm going to run till I feel better. Next thing I know, I'm running marathons, so I don't know what that means.
I am not.
But in any event, I think finding whatever it is that makes you feel better, it's important to invest in that, whether it's art or music or something athletic or therapy or whatever it is that helps you stay connected to yourself, so that you can not only be there for your work, but be there for your family. Because, we all have families and people that we love in our lives that go beyond the practice of law that we need to be responsible for. And if we carry a lot of this stuff home with me, my husband always knows when I've had a bad day at work because I'm very snippy and snappy. He'll go get your shoes on and go run somewhere. But I think that's a really good point. We really do need to take care of ourselves. A couple things I want to point out, and I know we have limited time left. But one was a book that Samantha recommended to me, and I'm not done with it yet, but I'm working on it. It's called Trauma Stewardship, and I think it was on one of the slides. And there's also a workbook that I'm going to go through with that. So, finding some books that help you maybe explore that a little bit. The other thing is the Ohio State Bar Association has a wellness advisory board, which I'm privileged to chair. And there's a couple things. There's a wellness community that gives people the ability to exchange information. If you're a member of the State Bar and you want to get on that and exchange wellness information, welcome to do that. But even more importantly, the Ohio State Bar Association has a new member benefit. It's Tava Health. And it is online therapy. You get on, you tell them what you need, you tell them what your preference is, what kind of licensure, what gender you want your therapist to be, and it will link you up with someone, and they have therapists available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so it can fit into your busy schedule. So if you do feel that that would be something that's important to you and you don't want to show up at the local therapist's office where one of your clients may be sitting in the next chair, it gives you the opportunity to get some of that stuff in the privacy of your own home. I think May 14th or 15th, I may be mistaken, there's going to be a webinar that's free that'll tell you a little bit more about the program. So if you are struggling with some of the effects of the trauma that we all see every day in our line of work, that might be something that you might find to be helpful if you're a member of the State Bar.
We've got about 2 minutes left. I have a question in the back.
Wait, microphone. I do the same thing. Theater.
Thank you. So, especially in your guys' practice, I do a lot of CPS work as an appointed counsel for parents, kids, and as a guardian. So fun times. But when we talk about trauma from our client's perspective, and you guys made mention to attorneys that kind of glaze over, how are you guys then balancing that against either prosecutors that don't want to listen about your client's trauma in relation to how we're working through cases or case plans, or that older generation of attorneys that just think everything now in today's world is trauma and everyone's using it as an excuse. And so how do you guys try to balance being trauma-informed yourself and helping advocate for your clients against opposing counsel and the judicial system?
Humor. Seriously. It's amazing what you can get done by making fun of something and then coming back around. I do a lot of parole work. In that line, I work with a lot of parole officers. Some that have been around a long time and don't want to hear anything about anything. So I just make fun of it. I've had one guy and I was like, oh, I know, the woke public defender is coming to tell you that your client's traumatized. I know, it's terrible, right? I'm like, and of course no one has trauma. I'm like, I'm sure you're doing real well. And we start there. And also, I think too, if it's possible, and I know it's not possible everywhere, I'm really lucky to work in a very small legal community in a smaller county where everyone kind of knows everybody. I think we all can make one bridge between one person, even if it's something dumb. One of my things, I also have personal challenges when people say, oh, this person hates everyone. Oh no, you're gonna be my friend. So find out something. There's somebody that I ask about their 10-year-old grandson, who sounds horrible, by the way, every time that I see them. Because that relationship, down the line, when I need them to actually listen to something about my client, then they feel hurt already. I personally don't think hammering people over the head with any of this works. I think that you have to kind of delicately work it in. I mean, I've had a judge say, well, what is that 13-year-old to have to be suicidal about? She's 13. You know what didn't work? Me starting to scream about teenage, adolescent suicide triggers. That wasn't helpful. But what has been useful is me being able to kind of slide snippets of information in conversations when we're in other arenas.
We are at time.
Wow.
I'm gonna shut us down here because the worst thing a facilitator can do is let it go long. I would like to thank our panelists. A huge round of applause if you join me for Judge Teodosio, Alexandria, and Erica. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Also, really want to thank the Ohio State Bar Foundation for bringing this to your attention, for putting on a trauma-informed lawyering symposium. Truly thankful for taking this step. Thank you.
Do you feel less traumatized now, or more so? Thanks again to the panel. That was a great job. Our final segment is a little different. Erica Young, who you just heard from, will be back. Assistant Public Defender, of course, in Knox County in the Public Defender's Office. She's joined, though, by Al Cleveland, artist and advocate. Erica and Al are the faces of trauma-informed lawyering that turned into a success story. Al Cleveland's journey is one of resilience and perseverance. He was wrongfully incarcerated for 25.5 years. Al's story is a testament to the injustices that can occur within the legal system. Despite facing immense challenges, Al appeared from his ordeal with a determination to not only seek justice for himself, but also to advocate for others who have had serious, similar experiences. Together with Erica, Al will share their experience and the impact of trauma-informed approaches in their work. And that's not all. After their conversation, a special performance is in store for you during a workshop with a nonprofit organization called We Amplify Voices, or WAVE. They worked with Al to transform his traumatic experience into an impactful art piece. So we're excited for them to share that with us this afternoon. By the way, WAVE is based in Columbus and aims to foster healing and connection through the arts. They unite individuals with artists to transform personal narratives into impactful art. Their workshops provide tools for healing, growth, and the discovery of personal strength using creativity to heal individuals and communities one voice at a time. So please join me in welcoming, for an uplifting closure to this show today, Erica Young and Al Cleveland.
All right, hello. I'm sure we're all super sick of hearing from me because all I do is talk. I was not actually Al's attorney, but I came to know him through helping with his representation before the Ohio Parole Board, which to this date might be one of the pinnacles of my career. And I've come to know him since he has been out. And he is one of my own personal heroes. So I'm gonna have him talk mostly. I'm just gonna ask questions. But Al, thank you for being, hello. We good? All right. I hope you're on. We'll find out. There we go. But this is such a privilege to share a stage with you, my friend. You have no idea. And so we'll just get to it.
Let's do it.
All right. Al, why don't you tell a little bit about yourself and how you find yourself here today presenting.
Okay, well, wow. So I'm at the State House, and I was just here, but now I'm here. So this is amazing to look at all of you. So I'm a father, I'm an artist, grandfather of 17. Yeah, got 6 in my house right now, stressing me out, but I love them to death. I love music. I love writing screenplays. I love writing plays, and just being creative. That's my little area right there. How I came to be here was just briefly, my attorney and our team found a document, and it was actually a text tip that was sent to the police station. We discovered it 10 years later, by the way, and I had a parole board hearing coming up. The paper indicated who the real killers were, some good citizen out there that we don't know who it was, but I hope they come forward one day. And they named real people. So we presented that document to the parole board. My attorney, she warned me, like, they want to hear you accept responsibility for the crime. They don't want to hear that you're innocent. So you're taking a chance. And I almost let it go, but some little voice in me said, well, let's just try. And we presented that to the Ohio Parole Board, and they saw what we saw and let me go, but on good behavior, you know. So
everybody knows you're a model citizen. Oh, so yes. Yeah. How I came to know Al is I'd known about his case for a really long time. It was he has 2 co-defendants, one of whom is still incarcerated unjustly. And they were targeted for the pretty brutal homicide of some folks in Lorain County. I've read the transcript. It's everything that you don't want to see happen to people and you hear about and see in movies. I knew Al actually, I knew of him when I was working in the prisons because he did a lot of work with other younger folks that were incarcerated and really has helped guide them through. Your name comes up a lot when I'm there. Right. He and his wife still do a program there, which is amazing. You want to know how many people that have been in an ODRC facility as an inmate that get to come back and do programming? Maybe less than 5.
On parole.
Not on, and yeah, we know, he's a superstar. And I have always been so impressed with his positivity because I don't think I would be this person. So I was really excited to be able to share this stage. So Al, we're gonna kind of talk about your original trial attorney. How was that experience, and what were ways in which you didn't feel that she was very informed to kind of the trauma you were currently experiencing at that moment and what you'd been through before?
So, like she said, I try to be optimistic, positive. That's just the way I am. I got it from my father. So I don't like talking about people, but for the sake of this event, this attorney that I had was just totally insensitive to what I was going through. The situation. She was very smart, very intelligent. I like that, but a lot of legalese was used, and it was going over my head. I didn't understand. I'm 20 years old in a situation I never experienced before, accused of a crime I didn't commit, and she actually had to bring someone on board that I believe was, looking back now, was trauma-informed. I mean, everything my lawyer would say, I kind of had to pivot to her for the interpretation. Even through trial, she would have her hand on my shoulder, just let me know, like, I know this is tough, but we're gonna get through it, you know what I'm saying? So, insensitivity, too much big words that I didn't understand, and it was more of a dictation, it wasn't a collaboration. And I think that's one of the main things I want to point out here today. I think that, you're here to serve your clients, to serve them, and it's not, my way or the highway kind of thing. You have to listen to them, because they might know more about this case than you do, and try to understand what they're going through and what led them up to that point is very important. But it was just like, I felt like I was being bullied, and it was very traumatic for me.
So you've also shared with me that the attorney who represented you through the Ohio Innocence Project here in Ohio was incredibly trauma-informed.
Yes.
And you've worked with her for more than 10 years, right?
Yeah.
What was different about her representation, and how did she make you feel after that experience with your original trial attorney?
Yeah, so we had a big hearing. The gentleman who lied on me and my co-defendants, he had recanted. It was like a big deal on the news. I thought I was getting home. My family was buying me clothes. It was like, it's over with. You're coming home. I was reserved about it because of, what's been done to me. And when she came on board, it was like she just took over. The clock was ticking, and she handled her business. But she came with emotion. It wasn't like just transactional, which is something else I think that you have to pay attention to as lawyers. Like, I know you can get caught up in the facts, and I'm here to try to, get you through this situation, and we're gonna win. But it's deeper than that. It has to be more relational, more of a relational thing. And to do that, you have to spend some time with the client, communicate with the client, and she was all of that. Like, I could see the emotion in the brief. Very professional, hitting the points, but in my mind, I'm like, yes! She gets it. And even when we visit, she would use emotional words like, I know the system did you unjust and it's traumatic and I know what you're going through. And it was just like, even till this day, she might text me periodically like, yeah, because they did you this way and it was devastating. And I'm still like, yes. She just had that effect and she cared. That was the main thing. I understood that this was someone that cared about me, and all my lawyers had jumped ship on me after this hearing. We lost. Everybody was devastated. They abandoned me. We just had to figure things out. And my wife even got a job working for another attorney to get him on board just to keep us alive. And that was just crazy. But she was incredibly trauma-informed. I don't know if this is just her or if she was trained to do this, but I mean, she let me know, I'm gonna be here to the end. I'm gonna fight with you to the end.
And I know when she called me about your upcoming parole hearing, and I was, first of all, what an honor, because she's an amazing human being.
Absolutely.
But the first thing she told me was, oh, you two are really gonna like each other. Not, here's what the case is, here's, I knew a little bit about the case because I'm a nerd, but you two are really gonna like each other. And I will never forget that, because a lot of times when you're collaborating with other attorneys, the first thing you get from them is, here's the facts of the case, and here's what I think we need to do. And her big concern was, there's a myth in the state of Ohio that you have to admit to crimes even if you have not committed them, because you've been found guilty, to get out. That is a myth. Just so everybody knows, that's not true. But she said, how can we get his message to the parole board without him having to admit something that he didn't do? And that was her biggest concern, was to make the process work and still be true to you, which I think we did. Yeah. But I was really impressed by that. With other attorney collaborations, usually people send you over a brief or a transcript and say, hey, here's where I want to go. Do you want to collaborate? But her first thing was always, he's a really good person, and how do we do this in a way that doesn't make him say that he did something he didn't do?
Yeah.
Did you all have conversations about that with the parole board?
We did. A few years prior, the parole board had went through something. One of the members had, I guess she was a whistleblower, and it kind of shook things up. Governor changed some things, and I think it maybe put them on the defense a little bit. And so now they had to have meaningful hearings, pay attention, because she went into detail about what she felt they needed to do and what they weren't doing. So that kind of like helped set the stage. And I watched this all play out in the news and the changes. So when that decision had to be made, I had been claiming my innocence all along. So I wasn't gonna change that, and I couldn't. But I did think about it, like, Dad, do I have to go in there? Yep, so it was tough, and she was straight up with me and let me know, like, this is a slim chance. But I was pretty beat down, fighting so many years. I said, you know, what do we have to lose? What do we have to lose? So we just presented what we had with other evidence. And I went in there and presented my case pretty much in a condensed version. And I didn't want to just deal with the night in question. You guys have been doing that. It's all lies. So I went back and, you know, to tell them who I was. Mm-hmm. And then came up to the situation.
Yeah.
To explain to them how I got into the situation.
Yep.
And I think it made a difference.
I know.
With
it made
the
a
evidence
difference.
we had.
I know it made a difference. She and I during this whole process, we were talking about, how do we explain how you and your co-defendants got wrapped up in this, and you were honest, and had a lot of trust. And I knew that we had the best chance of this working because you had so much trust in her. I'm gonna get all weepy, so we'll move on. This is a near and dear one for me. What are the 3 things, now that you have been through this process, that you wish every attorney in this room knew or understood about client representation?
That, one, it doesn't matter how good you are if the client doesn't see that you care, that he's wrapped up in this system, arrest, police car, indictment, county jail, he's caught up in the system, family, people stealing stuff, they steal your clothes, you're going through all this, you're on the phone, trying to hang on to stuff, everything is a mess. And we gotta know that you're gonna fight, that you're with us, because we come into the situation automatically distrustful because of everything that's going on. We're in a new world, a legal world. So I would say caring. And I don't know how to tell you to do that, because if you came into being an attorney bitter and angry, that's who you may be, and that's gonna transfer over, and then maybe you just be, that type of attorney, which I hope that can change. But you definitely have to be caring, and you definitely have to listen, take some time out. I know you guys are overwhelmed. I know you guys are busy. You got a lot going on in your personal lives, but I heard it on here, the panel, I think it might have been you, Erica, that said it. It doesn't take, you don't have to listen all day, but a few minutes, a little bit of communication. If you ghost us, and you're my attorney, and I don't hear from you, and I tell my parents or my family, hey, could you see what's going on? We don't get any emotions, we don't know what's going on. In our minds, you might be cutting a deal with them, you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing, and you just feel like it's you against the world. And as I'm saying this, I know that some of you might not be so sympathetic to some of your clients, because you're saying they committed a crime, and part of your punishment for the crime is what you're going through now. So you might become just an agent in that machine, man, I would hate that you're like that. Please don't be like that. You're here to serve your clients, who most are poor. Not all, some of you guys are rich clients, I'm sure, but poor, underprivileged, lack of resources, and been beat up by the system, and then here you come walking into their lives. You have an amazing opportunity. I'm gonna tell you this quick.
Yeah, you got time.
It was a time in my prison sentence when, like I said, I was beat down, didn't know if I was ever getting out. You come to a point where you don't know if you're ever gonna get out of this place. And I was ready to give up. But I had given up, but it was through busyness in prison, being active, just no more case. I'm just gonna push my way through however I can. And she popped up on me and started, she was heading to a hearing, and I was on the way, and she just stopped in, asked me how I was doing. then started talking about the case, and she's there trying to figure things out. And I hadn't even, I don't think I did anything with the case in maybe 6 months. And I'm watching her try to figure things out and come up with a strategy, and I'm like, damn, I'm not even fighting for myself. Just her coming at that time, she didn't know what I was going through. But it was perfect timing because I needed that, just to keep pushing forward. And we did. And she told me it was that visit, I thought she might be making an exit. I had already put this in my mind, like, okay, it's only a matter of time. But she told me she's not leaving and she's not retiring until I'm home. And that just meant the world. That meant the world to me. Yeah.
I can't follow that up. I can't. Al, you are a gift. And thank you so much for, I don't think I would have the strength to do what you've done in your situation and helping others and helping us learn to be better. And for helping me learn to be better. I do this, I get all busy and then don't do anything I'm supposed to. I'm the gift. And he's like, hey. I'm like, yep, we got to get this done. Knowing you and your family's been a real gift. It's why we do this work. And thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I don't know what this judge is gonna do.
It's gonna be all right, my love. Miss Smith said it's gonna be all right.
It's gonna be all right, but hey, baby girl, you know your daddy loves you, right?
Yes, Daddy, I know you love me.
Well, you love me?
You know I love you.
Yeah, I know you do. Just the old man needs to hear it sometime.
It's gonna be all right, my love. Miss Smith said you'll be getting probation, and all the other defendants in there have been getting probation today, so stop stressing. We're okay.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Are you still taking me to Cedar Point, Daddy?
Yes. As a matter of fact, we're gonna go this weekend, and you can bring 2 friends.
You can take that chain off and give it to your wife now, Mr. Cleveland. You won't be needing that anymore. What do you mean he won't be needing that?
What are you talking about? You said I was getting probation, and 5 other guys in there just got probation for the same thing.
Those 5 other guys didn't have priors either, Mr. Cleveland. Probation's off the table.
Man, this is some freaking BS.
Daddy, what's wrong?
No, everything's all right, baby girl. It's gonna be okay. It's just a little discrepancy here.
Look, Mr. Cleveland, you know the drill. You've been through this already. The state has offered you 4 years. Now, I can get you home in 3 and have you back to your family. That's if you were able to give us another $10,000.
$10,000? Are you serious? Didn't we just give you $7,500?
Yes, you did, but right now, Mr. Cleveland, you need to sign these papers. Your daughter's young. A year after you're home, she won't even know you were gone.
You can't be serious.
I'm very serious. Sign the papers, Mr. Cleveland.
The world's on my back. I'm facing these charges. I ain't even do the crime. This makes it the hardest. The color of my skin, that makes me a target, baby girl. It's hard to pinpoint where it started, but Dad gonna be gone. I know you gonna miss him. I need you to be strong while I'm trapped in the system. And listen, you said you wanna be a lawyer? Here's something for you. Would you take a client's call reaching for you? Would you listen to a mother's pleas when you know she's stressed out and her son's getting left out to dry? Could you wave his family goodbye and tell him you gon' fight to the end of the... Could you be upfront and honest with all your clients and break down your client's case to your clients? Could you be on time for court hearings and break down your client's case till he's coherent? Would you be prepared when it's trial time? Or sell me down a road where it's count time? But I'm a cop to this plea because I was facing 10. Daddy gotta go, his new life begins.
I'm walking out the door, the cars take control. Family left behind, turning in the grind. Would she ride for me and would she fight for me? Lord, I don't believe, but I know you're guiding me. I know you're guiding me. 'Cause when you realize that it's all gone, every person you can lean on, through the heartbreak, we remain strong. Your angels, you get us through the storm.
They overworked and underpaid. I think they kinda care, but I don't really trust them get me through this maze. And do they understand foster care and how it feels to grow up in a home with no parents there? Now these foster parents alcoholics. This child had to endure it. Abuse. If you don't understand my life, how you gonna represent me? Do you understand my kind or do you resent me? I almost lost all hope. A new lawyer came along and I burnt that rope. She gave me new hope and listened to my life story. Just felt like I was her and knew then that she was for me. Sent me copies of my cases before it was filed. Felt like I was in control and ain't felt that a while. Came to see me at my lowest, to pick me up. Encouraging words for me, not to hit me up. Yeah, she came to lift me up. She lift me up. Yeah. Amber.
Every person you believe on, within your heart breaks and the evil.
Yes. Oh.
Like an angel, that's what love goes.
Woo.
Could you listen and look past the pain? Don't you know a life is in your hands?
Yes. Yes. Shelter in our storms. Oh, Jen, how are you?
How you doing?
I didn't know you were coming today. Is everything okay?
Yeah, I was just on my way to Cleveland for a hearing, and I was driving by, and you know, I hadn't seen you since we lost the hearing, so I wanted to stop by and see you.
Okay. All right. Well, I hadn't really talked to anybody. Judge denied us after fighting all these years. I just felt like I got slapped in the face again.
Yeah, the decision was pretty shocking. You know, everyone in our office was pretty devastated. The students, you know, working on your case, they were all crying. Before that, they'd been placing bets on when you were going to be home. They were so convinced you were going to win.
Were they really?
Yeah, they were. You know, that decision was like a gut punch. I mean, it was a gut punch to me, so I can only imagine how traumatic it felt for you. But I wanted you to know that, you know, I believe in your innocence and I want to keep working on your case. You know, that is if you still want me to.
So you're not going to bail on me?
No, I'm not going to bail on you. I don't know what we're going to do next, but I'd like to come up with a plan and figure out where to go. But I need you to do something for me. I need you to take care of yourself in here and remember that, you know, you're not alone.
You realize
was not an actor here today. I just want to let you know this was my real attorney, Mrs. Jen. Come on up, Jen. Come on up. Who said she's not retiring until I come home. Well, here she is, and on June 1st, she's retiring. She got me out of here. Thank you all. Thank you. All right.
Okay, is anybody else crying? Also, I've never had a CLE that ended with a performance by, I don't know if you know, that's Amber Nicole from Mojo Flow. Amber and my daughter, and they have a mutual friend too, have been friends for many, many years. Do yourself a favor if you can and go see Mojo Flow. That was great. Thank you for being here. But thank you too for Al Cleveland sharing that story. Gives you hope as an attorney, doesn't it? Okay, we want to thank you. We want to remind you to turn your papers in. All of our panelists and sponsors should be thanked for their invaluable contributions to the symposium today. If it moved you, consider being involved in the Ohio State Bar Foundation. That you can donate, you can become a fellow, you can nominate someone for an award, you can apply for a grant, and keep up with OSBF in a wonderful way to be informed and engaged. If you are an attorney, don't forget that CLE form, because if you're like me, it's your reporting year, and you want to get as many free credits as you can get. And once again, we thank you all for being here for this event today, and thanks to the Bar Foundation for having me. Thank you.